Television 4, your inauguration station. NBC News preempts its regular daytime programs so that we may bring you the following NBC News special report. Live from Washington, D.C., NBC News presents the inauguration of Jimmy Carter. Proudly brought to you by Dodge and your local Dodge dealer, who invite you to buy or lease the unbelievable 77 Dodge Aspen. And by Safeguard Deodorant Soap. For effective deodorant soap protection and rich, creamy lather, people like Safeguard so much, it's always the smallest soap in the house. Now, reporting from the capital of the United States, here are NBC News correspondents John Chancellor and David Brinkley.
Good morning. John and I are here in our booth overlooking this Greco District of Columbia stand you see behind us, where in a few minutes or a few hours, about 2 hours, the term of the 38th President of the United States will end and the term of the 39th will begin in one of the decreasing numbers of countries left in the world still able to change governments democratically and peacefully. The Fords have moved out of the White House, taking along an exercise bicycle, the President's favorite old blue chair, and a silver-plated football. The Carters are moving in, bringing, among other things, a sewing machine and a dollhouse in a Cape Cod style. NBC's correspondents are in place here and up and down Pennsylvania Avenue down to the White House. We'll be reporting on the inaugural ceremony here, on the parade, on Mr. Carter in his reviewing stand at the White House. One of our correspondents, I might report, is wearing battery-driven electric socks. The temperature here has zoomed up this morning, up into the 20s. So we're having what in recent history might be a sort of heat wave. There's snow forecast for tonight, but there is none now. We will be here all morning and most of the afternoon, and we'd be happy if you stayed with us. John, tell us what's going to happen now, will you?
In about 25 minutes, the Carters, who are now in Blair House across the street from the White House, will leave and walk across the street to the White House. We can show you some of those scenes now. That is Pennsylvania Avenue outside Blair House with the press and the Secret Service and others. There's the door from which the President-elect and Mrs. Carter will emerge in about 25 minutes. And then they will go over to the White House, where they will have coffee with Mr. and Mrs. Ford. Now, the Fords and the Carters will meet in the Blue Room for about 15 minutes, along with Senator Howard Cannon. He's the chairman of the Joint Committee on the Inaugural, and Speaker of the House, Thomas P. O'Neill. And then they will be joined by the Rockefellers, by other congressional leaders, and by the Vice President-elect and Mrs. Mondale, and they will all have coffee, presumably perhaps discussing its price. Who knows? The conversation tends to be a bit stilted at that time. Then, once they've had their coffee...
Would you like to hear what they're saying there, John?
I would love to hear what they're saying. Then, after they've had their coffee and their chat, at about 5 minutes after 11, they will move to the north entrance of the White House, and they will get into various cars. There'll be about 5 limousines, and they will proceed with the President and the President-elect in the leading limousine up Pennsylvania Avenue, as you see it here, looking toward the Capitol. The tall building on the right center of your picture is the Post Office Tower, and beyond that, the Capitol. They will arrive here at the Capitol and at what we call the Law Library entrance to the Capitol. There you see some of the people gathering for the ceremony here. And that is where the President and the President-elect and then their parties will come into the Capitol. It's the Senate side of the Capitol, and they will move into room S-206, which is the office of the President Pro Tem of the Senate, Senator Eastland. And then, according to a very tight schedule now operated by the Congress, Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Rockefeller will go out, Mrs. Carter and Joan Mondale will go out, Mr. Ford and Mr. Rockefeller will go out, then the Vice President-elect, and finally the President-elect, and the ceremony will begin. All on schedule. The inaugural address is expected to be about 10 minutes in length, one of the shorter inaugural addresses ever given here. David?
We understand, in fact, that the speech as originally written was even shorter. And Carter felt at the last minute it was too short, and so he added a bit to it, and it now runs, as you say, about 10 minutes.
10, 12 minutes.
John, now we want to show the audience an interesting historical artifact. It's a short piece of tape out of our files from the 1973 inaugural, and guess who is sitting on the platform? Jimmy Carter. He is in the middle of the circle, sitting in the back. The governors of the states are invited to inaugurals. This was Nixon, of course, Nixon's inaugural. And there's Carter sitting 4 rows back at a time when the Nixon family was gathering on the front, and Nixon was about to take the oath for another term. In the 4 years since then, he has moved forward by 4 rows, which is progress in space and time and in American history. Carter so today will be his second appearance on this platform here behind us. Last time he was here as governor. John?
It's interesting that he started campaigning for the presidency 2 years ago today. He took a trip through New Mexico, as I recall, ending up in Sacramento, California, 2 years ago today. One of the great political phenomena of our times, this campaign.
It was 1 year ago yesterday that he won his first victory in Iowa,
in the Iowa caucuses.
Yeah. And the time at which people began taking him seriously.
And now he's at Blair House, waiting for the big moment. And outside is our man, Bob Jameson.
Jimmy Carter's day began here at Blair House with family and close staff members. It's difficult to determine exactly when he got up, because by the time those staff members awoke, Jimmy Carter was already out of bed. And then, just after 8:45 this morning, the president-elect and his family left this residence for church. It appears now that Governor Carter is about to emerge. Here comes Mrs. Carter. Governor.
Good morning.
Secret Service and members of the family. Governor, would you talk to us for a moment?
Governor, did you have a lady call? Did you have a prayer service here this morning? I'm sorry? Did you have a prayer service here this morning, a private prayer service? No, I just watched the Martin Luther King service on the television.
Governor, what are
you to walk out
Governor, what are your best hopes for this country as you assume the presidency?
I'm going to tell you at noon.
How do you feel today, Governor?
I feel good. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Beautiful weather.
At the First Baptist Church, only a few blocks from Blair House, the Carters were joined by Vice President-elect Mondale. This was called a family prayer service. Also there were close staff members, cabinet designees, and their families. Earlier at the Lincoln Memorial, there was another service, an interdenominational gathering. Governor Carter has returned to Blair House now and has been joined here by House Speaker Thomas O'Neill and Vice President-elect Walter Mondale. The next thing on his schedule is what he's been waiting for ever since the election, the trip across Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House to begin the inauguration ceremonies. And now to the White House and Marilyn Berger.
I'm standing on the White House lawn. Behind me you can see the bleachers for the parade, and you may hear some of the music from a band that's practicing. On his last morning in the White House, Mr. Ford had breakfast with his cabinet and his staff. He said it was difficult to put words together at a time like this, but he had wanted to thank each and every one of them. He said he believed history would treat this administration kindly. The days, he said, had been very long, but they'd been lightened by the fine people who had been in the White House with him. At about 10:30, Mr. Carter will come walking up this driveway, and he will be meeting with Mr. Ford. They're going to have coffee in the Blue Room. Then they will ride together to the inaugural in the same car. Later in the day, Mr. Ford will fly off in an Air Force jet for California. Mr. Carter will return as the 39th President of the United States. Now over to you, David.
Thank you, Marilyn. Those seats are directly across Pennsylvania Avenue from where Carter will stand and watch the inaugural parade. People are beginning to gather here, all bundled up as if they were at a football game. John?
Well, it isn't as bad. It's 25 degrees. It's not as bad as it was in the second Grant inaugural when the temperature was 16 degrees and the wind was blowing at 40 miles an hour. The valves on the musical instruments stuck and the champagne froze. We'll be back after this. The Marine Band is beginning to set up here at the Capitol now. The musicians coming in. There's a piano player over there who'll be a little cold this morning. The security people are all in place. Security really didn't begin in presidential inaugurations until Abraham Lincoln in 1861 when he had Pinkerton guards with him. The Secret Service began protecting presidents in 1897 with McKinley, and now there are, all told, around here in Washington, about 8,000 security people to make sure that everything goes well. We do not expect any sizable protests. SANE is here, an organization protesting nuclear weapons. There are one or two other groups that are quite peacefully going to make their views known, but 8,000 security people, about 1,000 of them members of the Secret Service. And so far, not very many people yet in the audience. They're just beginning to come in. David?
It's one of the calmer periods in American life, in fact, John. We haven't had a real demonstration in Washington in, what, 2-3 years?
That's right.
Our correspondents, as I say, are stationed around here at the Capitol, and they will keep us up to date on what is happening, and we're going to switch to each of them now and see what thoughts they have, beginning with Catherine Mackin, who is swathed in white fur and looks gorgeous. Catherine?
Oh, my breath is taken away by that, David. I'm up here on the president's stand, or in fact just to the right of the president's stand. You know, over 300,000 invitations went out to this inaugural, but the most select group are the 191 people who will be sitting just over here to my right. Senators and congressmen and diplomats and governors will be all around, but that group of 191, of course, are the center of everything. And right center stage there will be President Ford, Vice President Rockefeller, President-elect Jimmy Carter, and Vice President-elect Walter Mondale, their new cabinet. And in a very nice touch, mostly the family of President-elect Carter and Vice President-elect Walter Mondale. Their mothers, fathers, their children, brothers, sisters. Is really going to be something of a family affair over there, so there'll be a lot of new faces as you're watching this morning. They've put out dark blue blankets for that group of people, and I'm sure they'll be welcome when they get up here. And along about 10:30 this morning, the members of Congress will begin filing in, or at least they're scheduled to begin filing in at that hour. One person especially who comes to mind out of this group will be Miss Lillian Carter, Jimmy Carter's mother. It must be an extraordinary day for this woman to see her son become President of the United States. Another interesting thing, I noted that out of the 191 who will be sitting in the president's stand, only one advisor from the campaign, Hamilton Jordan, got one of the choice seats. That must mean something, but I'm not sure what at this point. I guess that's about it for what's going on up here at this moment, which is almost nothing, in fact. And now to John Hart, who's on the Capitol Plaza.
Well, there's supposed to be 100,000 people, at least room for 100,000 people out here. We are about midway between the Capitol Dome and the edges of the Capitol Plaza. It looks as though I'm surrounded by 100,000 people, but there are a lot of empty spaces over the heads of these people. It's still very cold. I want you to meet one young man who came here from Iowa by the name of Kylie Budden. Mr. Budden, how are you?
Fine.
How did you get here?
Bus.
How did you get your ticket?
I wrote a letter to Carter.
To Mr. Carter?
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet anybody else since you've been here?
Mondale.
You met Mr. Mondale, and did you meet Mr. Carter? Not, but you did get a ticket to stand on.
Yeah.
Are you warm?
Nope.
You're not? I'd like to know what you look like, but I'm afraid I'm not going to find out today. And I think this gentleman is here from
Waycross, Georgia.
Waycross, Georgia.
That's right.
You don't happen to be the mayor, do you?
I am the mayor of Waycross, Georgia.
I got a ticket, a speeding ticket down there once.
John,
can you fix it?
No, we need the money.
Listen, what do you have on underneath that raincoat? Are you warm enough?
Well, I got a sweater, a coat, And pajamas, I hope. No, just kidding. Just a sweater and a coat and freezing.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Well, where'd you get your ticket, Mr. Mayor?
We got it from Senator Nunn.
I see. Now, there's some folks standing next to you that I want to talk to very briefly. And you probably are here from the farthest place of anybody on the plaza.
Well, you're Australia.
You're from Australia. Your name, sir?
Bill Dollins.
And I understand you've been looking for a ticket for some time to come to this affair.
That's right, about 2 weeks. We've been in Washington asking everyone we can.
And how did you finally come out?
Well, we just fortunate last night that we run into a lady who had she had from the Missouri senator, and so she gave them to us.
Just by accident. Well, thank you very much and welcome. And now over to Tom Pettit.
John, thank you very much. I have the 12-year-old from Wisconsin to go with your pair. And you're John McConnell.
McConnell, yes.
John, how did you get your ticket?
Well,
by mistake?
To stand here?
To be here.
Oh, you mean the...
Invitation.
Invitation. Well, I don't know. I wasn't a supporter of Jimmy Carter, but I just got the invitation. I was very surprised. I wasn't planning on going. We weren't thinking about going at all, because we already have a trip planned. But there's a bunch of nice people in Bayfield who figured that I really should go, and then they started a fund drive. It was just the nicest people you wouldn't imagine. They were just swell, and they made enough money all over the area to send me to Washington, and here I am, and I'm enjoying myself very much. We're staying with an aunt, and I plan on meeting a few senators tomorrow.
To discuss policy matters with them, or?
No, just to meet them. I'm thrilled seeing just the Capitol and a reporter. It's just something amazing for especially a 12-year-old.
You were going to tell me who your favorite newscasters were.
Oh, my favorite newscasters are John Chancellor and David Brinkley, and I'd love to meet them.
Can you say now back to you, John Chancellor?
Now back to you, John Chancellor.
That kid will go far.
Yes, he will. He's going to be in the Senate one of these days.
He's marvelous. You know,
nice little boy.
We saw the mayor of Waycross, Georgia, there this morning. The Atlanta Constitution was saying the other day that they estimated the estimates on the number of Georgians who have come to Jimmy Carter's inauguration begin at 8,000 and end with total evacuation of the state of Georgia. There are a lot of them up here, and they're having a fine time.
John, the people are beginning to gather along Pennsylvania Avenue on the curbs in spite of the cold. Some have brought sleeping bags, lining up, hoping to see the parade, hoping to be able to see it over the heads of whoever might be in front of them, that is. There are not that many grandstands erected this year. Almost the only ones, in fact, are across the street from the White House. They used to put them solidly up and down Pennsylvania. But they're out there, even though it's quite a long wait from now to see the bands and the floats and the military and the dignitaries passing, including the new President of the United States. He will be, as we have said, he will be riding rapidly from the White House to the Capitol with President Ford a little time from now. We'll see all of that, and we'll be back in a moment. John, the temperature here on the Capitol Plaza has zoomed all the way up to 25 now. And according to the Weather Bureau, by the time Carter is sworn in at noon, it should be about at the freezing point. But they have little heaters there on the platform, so I don't think it'll suffer much. This, as you see, is a wide picture of the Capitol Dome and the platform down in front of it and the people beginning to gather.
David, I went
the ceremony.
Yesterday I went and stood there where the new president will make his inaugural address. It's an interesting feeling. And I found that up there, the workmen were still up there yesterday, and right at that lectern that he's going to use, somebody had a box of grits that they had put on the floor at the stand there next to it. And yesterday, we were here, they were testing the loudspeaker system, and they were using as their text instructions on how to cook grits. There it is, you can see it. He will use notes or he will read from his text. Actually, only two presidents have ever ad-libbed their inaugural addresses. Cleveland did it, and Franklin Pierce did it. They spoke without any notes and without any text, but Carter will have a text, and there you see it now. He should be getting ready to leave Blair House in just a minute.
The schedule now in the next few minutes calls for Carter to leave Blair House, which is across the street from the White House, to walk over. They wanted to ride him around a roundabout way in a motorcade of 11 limousines, more or less. But he said no, he would walk. It's only a couple hundred yards. So the schedule calls for him to leave Blair House pretty soon and to walk over to the White House. That's Blair House, where you see the awning. You're seeing it from across the street from the White House side of Pennsylvania Avenue. And we'll go over there and have coffee with President and Mrs. Ford. Another blow at the coffee boycott.
That's right.
And then the two of them together will ride up Pennsylvania to the Capitol. That's the schedule.
It's quite a nice house, Blair House. In some ways, it's as pretty as parts of the White House itself. I think, David, many in our audience will recall that Harry Truman lived there when the White House was being remodeled during his administration.
It's a beautiful 18th century townhouse. In fact, there are two which they've joined together.
And the furniture in it is all of museum quality, 18th century museum quality. And you can even get a haircut. Jimmy Carter had a haircut last night in Blair House.
Bob Jameson is standing by at Blair House and waiting for the Carters to come out and stroll across the street, up the driveway to the White House. Bob, you there?
Ed, you're in our shot.
He's there. I think he's speaking to another correspondent.
Somebody's in the shot.
To leave Blair House. We expect that momentarily. The House and Senate leadership has been arriving. Inside is House Speaker Thomas O'Neill, Senate Majority Leader Robert Byrd, and Congressman Wright of Texas, who is the Majority Leader in the House. In just a few moments, President-elect Carter, accompanied by Speaker O'Neill, will walk across Pennsylvania Avenue through the northwest gate of the White House and up to the north portico. He'll be coming right up that door there. A few minutes after that, Governor Carter will be followed to the White House by Senator Mondale, the Vice President-elect. Governor Carter, we have known, got up at 6:30 this morning, dined on scrambled eggs with his wife and daughter Amy, read the New York Times and the Washington Post, had a routine CIA briefing, 15-minute briefing which he receives every morning now, and then worked a little bit on his speech, which runs 3 legal-sized pages and was timed yesterday by Governor Carter when he tape-recorded the address at about 10 minutes in length. Amy Carter will not accompany her parents across the street to the White House. She did not come back from the church services, but is spending time with one of her 4th grade teachers, Jan Williams, from Plains, Georgia. So in a moment or two, we should see House Speaker O'Neill and President-elect Carter, preceded and followed by a large number of Secret Service agents. Governor Carter is going to have an extremely long day today. The printed schedule says that he will not get to the White House to spend his first night there until about 2 o'clock in the morning, after having made the rounds of the inaugural parties. Once he is at the White House, President-elect Carter will spend about 30 minutes inside with President Ford and Mrs. Ford, having coffee before the ride up to the Capitol.
Bob Jameson? Bob?
David, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me well enough for me to ask you a very small question?
Sure.
What is that yellow car parked there in front of Blair House? Why is it there? That certainly is not a tourist park there.
No. We think that, well, first of all, there is a motorcade of sorts that's going to take the members of the press pool from the White House to the Capitol. And the rest of what you see in front is the motorcades of President-elect Carter and Vice President-elect Mondale when they return from the church services at the First Baptist Church.
Bob, John Chancellor.
Yes?
Did Ed ever get out of your shot?
No, he's still standing there. I don't know whether we can see him now or not.
How many of you are there? You get to go into the White House when the president-elect and Mrs. Carter walk over there? You get on the grounds?
The answer to your first question is there are quite a few of us here squeezed into a very small area, and there are only a couple of pictures that can be made, and every place you turn there is a correspondent from one network or another there. There will be a pool of press people, we are not among them, who will be going across the street with the president-elect and with the vice president-elect, but the rest of us are going to be held back at a safe distance for a while until they are all inside the White House, and then we will be allowed to go over there and stand around on the front lawn or go inside the press room.
Bob, you've watched Mr. Carter come in and out of that house, and you've been assigned over there. Does he look scared or happy, or how does he appear to you?
I think he's ecstatic today, just as he was yesterday. He was enjoying every minute of the 3 farewells that he conducted in planes at his home and in Albany, Georgia. That's about the only emotion there was. He was a very satisfied man who was finally being able to go to Washington and be inaugurated. Very satisfied yesterday, and today when we saw him leave for church, he had a bigger grin than usual.
Well, he's a little behind schedule as of the moment.
What is the schedule there for him leaving?
Well, it's
10:30?
10:25. They will leave Blair House to walk through the Northwest Gate. My guess is that we'll see him coming out of there in just a minute. And the minute that we do see the president-elect, of course, you will see him as soon as we do here in the booth.
He is very careful about being punctual.
He hates
to be late.
He was one of the most punctual politicians I have ever covered. He has a mania for punctuality, and it may be that they've given him a different schedule than they've given us. He will do this little bit of walking, and then that's all the walking he will do until, and I think I'm right, David, until they arrive close to the Capitol. And then somebody said that he might be, there's General Omar Bradley. That Mr. Carter might walk a little bit today, but generally he'll be in cars, and he's not too happy about that. Jefferson walked back to his boarding house after his first inaugural.
In a boarding house down at Pennsylvania Avenue, between here and the White House, now occupied by a federal bureaucracy.
Mm-hmm.
A little indication of how Washington has changed. In fact, the country has changed. You mentioned that Harry Truman lived in Blair House while they were remodeling the White House, and of course he did. And each day he would walk from there over to the White House to work, and walk back. He was a sort of commuter on foot. And every day a little crowd, some days a pretty big crowd, would gather to watch the president walk across the street and walk back. And nothing much was thought of it. Now, they are very nervous about the fact that Carter is doing it just this once.
Just this once?
And on a day when all the streets are roped off.
That's right, in a town loaded with security people. It's sad, as a matter of fact. This is in the rotunda of the Capitol, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff are gathering. They will be one group here. The Diplomatic Corps will be another group here. Of course, the members of the House and the Senate. The members of the Supreme Court will be here. In other words, the entire senior leadership of the United States government, all of official Washington, diplomatic and governmental, will be here today. And they all have little cards telling them where they have to sit.
There are little stickers pasted on the chairs, so nobody will sit in the wrong place and have to be asked to move.
Carter will be the youngest president to have an inaugural ceremony since JFK, John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was 52 when he was sworn into office. Carter will be Carter will be 52 when he is sworn in here today at noon. JFK was the youngest president elected. He was 43.
They want to go to Blair House now.
And there is this 52-year-old president-elect, Mrs. Carter.
Governor, do you have a word for us? Mrs. Carter, dressed brightly in green, and the governor making their way across Pennsylvania Avenue. Earlier today, the governor did talk and say that he was very happy and felt terrific. There is a pack now of about 70 people gathered around the president-elect. The first time that he went to the White House to visit President Ford after the election, he intended to walk across Pennsylvania Avenue, but security ruled that out. But today, he is not driving, he is walking.
The tall white-haired man to the right of your screen, you saw him a moment ago, is Thomas P. O'Neill, Tip O'Neill, the speaker, the newly elected speaker of the House. The others there are some security people and some Carter aides. Just now, you can see the front wall of the gate of the White House there. That's the northwest gate of the White House. The Carters have been here before, once before.
Then we'll be there again.
That's right.
In a different capacity this afternoon.
In one sense, this is a very important
Carter
moment.
is coming into the White House now. The large crowd is around him, as you can see. Cameramen preceding him. This is going to be his condition in life for at least 4 years, it seems. He's being accompanied by House Speaker Tip O'Neill. He's walking up the front driveway of the White House to the north portico. President Ford is waiting for him. He has tried to make this turnover to the new president as gracious as possible. He gave offers of help. He tried to smooth the transition. Now he's welcoming Mr. Carter into what will be his house. They will be joined in 15 minutes by Vice President Rockefeller in the Blue Room, where they'll be having coffee. The next time we see Governor Carter outside of here, they will be riding up to the inaugural together, Governor Carter and President Ford. Governor Carter, of course, returns here as President Carter, but not until he delivers his speech, comes back down Pennsylvania Avenue, watches the parade, and then returns to the White House for a bit of rest before the inaugural balls tonight. You might still hear the band playing in the background. That's still practice for the parade. Going into the White House now. You might hear some sirens in the background. They're trying to clear people away from the area in front of the White House at this point. They are not allowed to be here unless they have certain passes or tickets for sitting in the parade. It's clear and sunny. It's very cold, but not as cold as it's been during the week. People feel that they've been pretty lucky. All right, Governor Carter is in the White House now. There's one little footnote to the breakfast this morning. They said that President Ford, who had tried to show himself a man of the people in the way that Governor Carter has, had an English muffin for breakfast. This time, though, they said he didn't make it himself, as he had the first day in office. David?
They're inside the White House now, where the chefs, incidentally, are very busy baking cookies for the receptions to be held there in the next couple of days. We'll be back in a moment.
Here at the Capitol on Jenkins Hill, as it used to be called, the temperature is rising, the Marine Band is playing, and everybody is pretty happy. You can have a look at that. We have been holding these ceremonies outside at this side of the Capitol since Andrew Jackson, and that inaugural stand you see there has been in use since Harding's inauguration back in 1921. That's the Marine Band.
John, this year they've set the little folding chairs for the civilians, that is, not VIPs, directly on this is normally a parking lot out here. And there's been some grumbling among regulars at the Capitol that they're inconvenienced, and they'll be happy when all of this is over so they can park again. The chairs are set directly on the pavement, which means there are going to be lots of cold feet. Linda Ellerby is inside the Capitol in the rotunda. Linda, tell us what's happening there.
Well, there are no cold feet, at least inside here. That won't happen until they get outside. What you're seeing is the House of Representatives moving in through the rotunda and out the door onto the platform. They were led by the clerk of the House, who was carrying the official mace of the House of Representatives. They do not have their families with them, and in fact, not all of the representatives will even be here today. After the House members come in, we will have the Senate, which will come in, followed by the Cabinet and the members of the Diplomatic Corps. I'm standing here right now with Perrin Mitchell, who is the chairman of the Black Caucus. Congressman, are you satisfied and pleased and everything else with Jimmy Carter today? I know you had some reservations about Griffin Bell.
And I still have some reservations. However, I'm not going to let this day be marred by those reservations. It's over now, and we'll just wait and see whether the president-elect in performance matches his campaign promises. And believe me, we'll be watching every step of the way to ensure that there is a monitoring process.
Thank you very much, Congressman. And now I think we're going to John Hart, who is considerably colder.
Thank you, Linda. Somewhere behind this pile of clothing is a human being. May we talk to you, sir, or madam?
Yes. Ma'am.
Madam, I see. How long have you been here?
Since 4 o'clock this morning.
Was anyone here when you got here?
Just the officers.
Just the officers. What is your name, please?
Jackie Fisher.
Jackie Fisher, and you're from?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio. Jackie, what would move you to come out here at 4 o'clock in the morning when it was probably about 10 degrees or maybe 5 and sit here all morning?
I wanted to be sure to get a good space.
Uh-huh.
The police told me to come early. I wanted to see history, and I'm here.
You wanted to see history?
Right.
Thank you very much. All right, now I think we're going to Tom Pettit. Tom?
Well, John, I'm with the VIPs and the preferred seating, the best seats in the House. Mr. Wallace, you're from Alabama, but you're not George, and we didn't get your first name, so.
Donald Wallace.
Donald Wallace.
Right.
Why are you showing up at the inauguration?
Well, I have a son that lives up here, and he wanted my wife and I to come, and we're just a Carter people. I think he'll make a good president.
One of the things we've talked about is what this election means to the South in terms of its own pride about being restored to the nation. Do you feel some pride in a Southerner entering the White House today?
I really do. I'm glad to see him up here, and being from the South, I think he's going to do a good job. I really hope so. Because we waited so long, and we need one, and I think he'll do a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Now back to John.
Things are beginning to get a little more exciting up here now. The tension is beginning to filter through the air. The Mondale family mostly has arrived. They're a group just behind me of looks like about 20 or 30 people to me. Walter Mondale has 4 brothers, and 3 of them are here today. Ruth Stapleton Carter, Jimmy Carter's sister, is here, as is his other sister, Gloria Spahn, and the mother and father of Joan Mondale, Dr. and Mrs. John Adams. And below me, you hear the Marine Band, and they're going to be playing some of the great songs of American government and politics. You'll be hearing Hail to the Chief a number of times. And that was a song that when John Kennedy was asked what's his favorite song, he said he kind of liked the sound of Hail to the Chief. Jimmy Carter will be hearing that played for him for the first time, in about 45 minutes now. And that's just about all that's happening up here on the President's stand. And now back to the booth.
Thank you, Cassie. All on schedule, and we'll be back with more coverage of this inaugural after this.
John, we are here at the inaugural stand at the Capitol. where, as we have said, it is cold but getting a little warmer than it has been. And among our public social notes is the fact that Mrs. Ralph Huff has arrived here from Guntersville, Alabama, and announced that, quote, "I am wearing long-handled underwear for the first time in my life." It is about time now for the Mondales and the Rockefellers to arrive at the White House to join in the little chit-chat with the President Ford and Governor Carter, both of whom are already there. And Marilyn Berger is standing by at the White House. Marilyn?
I'm standing outside the north portico of the White House. Inside, President and Mrs. Ford are having coffee with Governor and Mrs. Carter, Vice President and Mrs. Rockefeller. They'll be leaving from here in about 15 minutes. The first car will be President Ford and Mr. Carter. In the next car will be their wives, then Vice President Rockefeller and Vice President-elect Mondale, and then their wives in the fourth car. It's going to be 4 official cars in the motorcade that'll be going up to the Capitol. They'll be coming out of here and riding right up, and when they return, Governor Carter, then President Carter, is going to walk about 2 blocks of the way, much to the dismay of the Secret Service. But he is trying to maintain as much as possible some kind of contact with the people, something that he's been separated from because of the insistence of the Secret Service for protection. They will be coming out right here. There's a small crowd of reporters that have been allowed up here. And coming up the driveway now is one of Governor Carter's spokesmen, who is Rex Granum, and a number of other people will be with him, but they will not be going inside so far as I can tell. Oh no, here comes Vice President-elect Mondale, Mrs. Mondale wearing a striking red coat and hat. They're accompanied by Senator Byrd. Here they come, smiling, happy as always. Mr. Mondale, can you have a word for us today, please?
It's a great day.
Okay. They are going in now to join them, as I said. They're having coffee. The President, Vice President-elect, their wives, and the President and the Vice President. The changeover of government comes when Mr. Carter takes the oath. Until that time, we still have President Ford, who, as I said before, is trying to turn over government as graciously and as warmly as possible. It's a lot warmer inside the White House than it is out here, but the spirit is here.
The Rockefellers are coming along any minute. The Fords are now going into their last hour. He's going into his last hour as President of the United States. Their household goods have been put into storage. In the meantime, they've rented a house in Palm Springs.
Yeah.
And have not decided or have not announced where they're going to live permanently, though Palm Springs may turn out to be it.
The President's pension will be $103,000 a year for life, plus office space and some help with the office expenses in the Secret Service.
Other members of the White House staff are out looking for jobs.
Now, let's go to Linda Ellerby in the rotunda here at the Capitol. Linda?
Right here, Senator. We're standing here with Senator Hubert Humphrey, who's been going around talking to everyone, and what's everyone saying to you and you to them?
Well, everybody seems to be in high spirits. Really, it's not only a lovely day there with bright sunshine, a little snappy, slightly on the Minnesota side on weather, but there's a spirit of expectation, and there's a lively spirit here. I think that it's America as it ought to be.
You were always a pretty cheerful man, but do you have any mixed emotions today?
No, well, my emotions are, I guess, pretty typical of most people. I get a spirit of excitement out of an inaugural. I've been through 2 or 3 of them. I've been up there as vice president and taking the oath of office. I was there when Mr. Nixon and Mr. Agnew, of course, after the '68 election. So I've had these experiences. Those are the times that were, of course, more gripping to me emotionally than this. However, I love this occasion. Mr. Carter seems to exude a spirit of confidence and goodwill. Then today I'm the Grand Marshal. See, so I kind of like that.
You love a parade, huh?
Oh, I love parades. I tell you, I go home to Minnesota all summer long for parades. Never miss a weekend.
Well, I don't think you better miss this because they're waiting for you right now.
Well, I don't have to go in right away.
Oh, you don't have to go in right away?
No, you see, as a former vice president, I get to come in a little later. So they saved me from the temperatures for a while.
That's very good. Thank you very much, Senator Humphrey. And now, I believe, back to John and David.
Thank you.
The vice president spent last night with the president at the White House. He was an overnight guest, presumably with Mrs. Rockefeller, according to the Associated Press, and he may be in the Blue Room by now having coffee with the Mondales and the Carters and the Fords. There was an emotional scene this morning at the White House when President Ford said goodbye to his staff. He had tears in his eyes, and he said, I think that history will treat kindly the Ford administration, which has done a good job. They presented him with some gifts. The vice president said, Mr. President, this is the proudest moment of our lives. Staff members then gave the president, Mr. Ford, the vice presidential chair he had occupied during cabinet meetings in the Nixon administration, because his own presidential chair has already been purchased for the Ford Presidential Library, which does remind us of the unusual career of Gerald R. Ford, who was the leader of the Republicans here in the House, who was plucked from that job when Vice President Agnew resigned and made vice president, and who then succeeded to the highest office when President Nixon resigned. It's an unusual career. It precedent-setting. Nobody's ever gone through that kind of thing before. And most people around town here these days think he did it with considerable dignity and poise and humanity. David?
Everyone, in fact, Mr. Carter in his inaugural address will make reference to Mr. Ford and his accomplishment during his 2 years in office. We'll be back in a moment. In about an hour from now, Jimmy Carter will climb onto this platform here, will stand on this platform here and make his inaugural address, looking out over a sea of folding chairs sat on what normally is the U.S. Capitol parking lot. There they are, plastic seats and iron feet. John?
The House, the members of the House have already been seated on the inaugural stand. The members of the Senate are proceeding toward their seats, all of them going through the rotunda. The rotunda is up those stairs to the right of your picture, through two great brass doors and inside, and somewhere in there is our own Linda Ellerby. Linda?
Well, I'm right here, and what you're seeing is the Senate going in. They will be followed by the Diplomatic Corps. And here with me is Senator Richard Schweiker of Pennsylvania, who was Ronald Reagan's choice as vice president. Neither Ronald Reagan nor Senator Schweiker made it. Are you sorry that you did that now?
No, I'm not sorry, but I want to say that this is Jimmy Carter's day. We have a new administration and a new government in Washington, and I think we all ought to really be talking about that and helping to work things out.
Are the Republicans prepared to help work things out, or are they going to play sort of a spoiling game since they have so few?
Well, it's true that we have so few. I hope we won't be spoilers. I hope we'll be positive and constructive. I think that's our role. I think we'll point out where we differ, but we better have some programs and positive ideas of our own if we want to recapture some kind of support that we barely need in the country.
Do you think a Reagan-Schweiker ticket could have beat Carter-Mondale?
Well, I'm prejudiced, but I think we would have carried Pennsylvania and Texas and Mississippi, so I guess the answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Schweiker. And now to John Hart.
No, it's the other John, Linda.
This John.
It's this John.
Right here. This one.
Washington is not big enough for both of us, John Hart, wherever you are. So we're underway. 400,000 invitations were sent out, but there were 30,000 good ones out of that 400,000. If you got an invitation of that 400,000, it simply meant that you could come to Washington. Well, you could come to Washington anyway, but they're the members of the House of Representatives, I believe. But the 30,000 invitations gave you the opportunity to buy two $25 seats. There's Senator Baker, the new minority leader in the Senate, coming down. Other senators nearby. As you look at the inaugural stand, the senators sit to the right, as you're looking at it, to the president-elect's left, and that's the Senate side of the Capitol. This building having been here since, well, George Washington laid the cornerstone in 1793. We have had 34 inaugural ceremonies here on the outside. There, Senator Dole, a familiar figure from the fall campaign. President Ford's running mate. There's an enormous amount of glad handing that always goes on every 4 years up on that level of the inaugural stand.
John, we might explain that all the people sitting out in the seats on the parking lot require tickets, and it is a great mixture of people out there. There are members of congressmen's staffs, lobbyists, friends, and in general people who knew somebody and who were able to get a ticket. The others, as you see in about the middle of your screen, are, if they get a ticket, are allowed to stand. So there's a sort of a, shall I say, caste system out here.
They have calculated that on the Capitol grounds 100,000 people can stand. I'm not sure in this weather that they will get 100,000 people. There's the Marine Band, and at the bottom of your picture you see the chorus from Atlanta University. And they will be singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic when the ceremonies get formally underway here, which is going to be in about a half an hour. And there's Senator Edward M. Kennedy in the rotunda.
Where's the end of it? Don't look the screen, because I know you want to get outside.
And there's Linda Ellerby.
Go ahead, Linda.
Okay, we're here with Senator Kennedy. Are you excited this morning or what?
Well, I think all Americans realize it's a very important time, the transition of power. I think all of us want to see Mr. Carter do well. And this is a time of hope and a time of anticipation. It's a time for some celebration, I think, for what this man has achieved, and so I share in those emotions.
Will that hope and anticipation wind down pretty fast when it gets to be worked with the Senate and the House?
Well, no one has suggested that the presidency is an easy job, and that by making tough and hard decisions, you're going to create some difficulties as well. But I think people want a serious administration to deal with these problems, and there's a good feeling in the Congress now, Democrat and Republican alike. And we're going to work with the president, and that's the mood here today, and I think it's one of hope.
Thank you very much, Senator Kennedy. As he says, the mood is one of hope, and that's what everyone keeps talking about here. And now back to the booth.
And we'll be back with more coverage of the 1977 presidential inauguration after this.
Television 4, your inauguration station. NBC News continues its coverage of the inauguration of Jimmy Carter. Brought to you by All Temperature Cheer. 3 temperatures, 1 detergent. All Temperature Cheer. All Tempa-Cheer. And by Dodge and your local Dodge dealer. who invite you to buy or lease the car that's priced just right for today, Dodge Monaco. Reporting from the capital of the United States, here are NBC News correspondents John Chancellor and David Brinkley.
And welcome again to our coverage of the 47th inaugural ceremony for a President of the United States. We've been doing this since George Washington at about 12:30 in the afternoon in New York City on the 30th of April, 1789. Since then, every 4 years, with constitutional regularity, we have, and occasionally irregularity when presidents have died, we have had these ceremonies. This whole enormous transfer of power, the peaceful transfer of power, depends on 35 words. They are, and you'll hear them here today, I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. And on those 35 words hangs the constitutional obligation and responsibility of the 39th President. At the moment, he's down in the White House.
Well, those words you were reading, that is the instant at which he becomes president and Ford becomes former president. Mm-hmm. And in fact, that is really all that, constitutionally speaking, really all that has to be done here today. The rest of it has been added in habit and tradition and for other public reasons, but that one simple oath is really all that has to be done. The rest of it is optional and
well, for example, you don't have to have the Constitution does not say that the Chief Justice has to swear in the new president, but they've been doing that since John Adams in 1797. He picked a Chief Justice to do it and set the precedent, and it's been done each time. The Chief Justice, Warren Burger, got an invitation to buy two $25 tickets to the parade, perhaps through some mix-up. He said, well, if Jimmy Carter wants me to buy two $25 tickets to his inaugural, I'm going to charge him $50 for swearing him in.
John Hart is standing by down here on the Capitol Rotunda. John?
David, believe it or not, we are standing by the front row. Well, not the front row, a front row. There are a number of those, and I'm going to walk over now to the front row of the last section. It's standing room only, and it is the general standing room, and we thought you'd like to know where a lot of these people come from. Where are you from?
We're from New Mexico.
Nice. Kentucky. Kentucky, New Mexico. Anybody? Where?
From Westerville, Ohio.
Ohio. Anybody from Georgia? Anybody from Georgia?
New York. Phoenix.
Phoenix, Arizona. Okay, well, somebody from Georgia is somewhere around here, but everyone here is from everywhere else. There you have it. Cassie Mackin.
John, we're up here talking to Senator John Stennis of Mississippi. He's the 5th highest ranking member in the Senate, and he's chairman of the Armed Services Committee, and he has seen a lot of inaugurations. How many inaugurations have you seen, Senator?
Well, this will be my number 8. I started with Truman, and now we're to Jimmy Carter.
Now, you're from Mississippi. Is this a really special day for the South and for American politics?
Oh, I think so. I think so. Whatever else can be said, Jimmy Carter's a man directly from the people. Directly from the people. And that process that brought him in took a lot of coordinating circumstances, but that was the basic thing.
Well,
they weren't voting against Mr. Ford so much. He was an awfully nice fella and everything, tried hard, but this was a kind of a movement from the people, I think.
And what about the fact that he's from the South? Do you think that it is a really special meaning for the country and for our history, or has that been overstated?
No, I think it has a meaning for history, yes. I think so. It's evolved, that process has, over a period of years, but it's a new start, too.
me ask you this question. Jimmy Carter talked about cutting the defense budget $5 to $10 billion, and you know more about that defense budget than almost anybody. Do you see any cuts in the defense budget this year?
Well, you can reduce in some places, perhaps. We've done a lot of reducing the last few years, but there are other places where you're going to have to build up even more. This weaponry, for instance. It's very expensive, but we cannot afford to let that lapse. We must take advantage of our technology where we are in the lead, undoubtedly, and that's going to continue to cost a lot of money.
Well, you don't see any cuts in the budget coming about then, the defense budget?
Well, really not much appreciably this year. It happened that a number of these weapons, the bills becoming due now in larger amounts, like new planes and more ships and other expensive instruments.
How about SALT talks with the Russians and arms agreements? Do you see anything coming about in that area this year, Jimmy?
Well, of course, I hope so. It's very difficult to get at, but I believe that the Russians, all of us, are realizing the absolute necessity for arms limitations agreements. Now, the problem goes with the enforcing them, that is, checking up to see if the other man is playing square. And tremendous progress has been made in that field.
Well, there was a report leaked, I guess, by the CIA that said that the Russians might be building up and going ahead of the United States. You see anything like that?
Well, we are superior now, without a doubt, and we must remain so. They are moving rapidly forward in weaponry, for instance, in their naval buildup. They are making an outgoing navy, a worldwide navy, where they've had one to stay close at home, for instance. But we have the most powerful navy by far yet.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Senator John Stennis in Mississippi, and now back to John Chancellor.
This is the Atlanta University Center Chorus. It's a consortium of local choirs from Atlanta, and they are serenading the audience now. The seats beginning to fill up. The Senate, to the right of your picture, having taken its place on the inaugural stand. The members of the House. Soon we ought to get the diplomats. The Joint Chiefs of Staff are here. And the weather's getting a little nicer. It's clear. There's hardly a cloud in the sky. David?
John, there's a little delay in the departure of President Ford and Governor Carter from the White House, along with the Rockefellers and the Mondales, and we assume it is because they have found a great deal to talk about. But obviously the ceremony here will not start without them, and they should be along shortly. We are told they're about to come out of the White House now. So suppose we go over there, and Marilyn Berger is there.
Jimmy Carter is standing in the hallway just inside. Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Ford are together. They're going to be coming out any second to go into the car that's waiting out front with the seal of the President of the United States on it. Now they're stopping for photographers. I understand that while they were inside, before Vice President Rockefeller arrived, President Ford and President-elect Carter stood and talked to each other for about 15 minutes. Two men, one man turning over the house to the other. Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Carter were talking together at that time. Probably a lot about household affairs going on in the White House, while the President was saying one or two things about the affairs of state. Everyone is lining up to be in the proper order right now in order to come out. There are several White House household people here wearing white tie, black jackets. They're closing the doors now again. It's getting a little bit drafty in there, I think, but they will be coming out any second. Secret Service are lined up here. The car is closed. It is a car that can be opened. Now here comes Governor Rockefeller, Vice President-elect Mondale, and that was Senator Byrd behind them. Mrs. Mondale is waiting inside. They will be coming out later. They are forming the motorcade. Governor Carter is standing there talking. Here comes, you will see in a second, Mrs. Rockefeller and Mrs. Mondale. Everyone is going to their cars now. The number one car, of course, will be President Ford, President-elect Carter. I am standing exactly at the door through which they will be walking at the north portico. You can see inside. Here comes David Kennerly, who has been the official photographer for President Ford. You always know that the president will be coming right there. Coming out now are Mrs. Ford, President Ford, Mrs. Carter, and President-elect Carter, followed by Tip O'Neill. They are stopping to talk to pose, but they are not going to say anything. Mrs. Ford is smiling. Mr. President, you have one word for us, Mr. President? No, they're just turning for photographers. I think that he's not going to take the last word here as he leaves the White House for the last time as president, at least. I have a feeling that he will be back. He expressed sadness at leaving, but he said this morning that he wouldn't be leaving public life. They're still stopping here. I'm going to try and see if we can get to them. Getting into the lead car now, President Ford. They'll be going up to the Capitol now. The inaugural ceremonies to start in about 15 minutes. On the car, you can see the flag of the President of the United States, the presidential seal, and of course the American flag.
He's going to go by and
over to you, Bob Jameson.
One of the reasons that it took so long for everyone to get into the automobile is that the president had to ask Dick Kaiser, the chief Secret Service agent here at the White House, where everybody had to sit. They finally got it all straightened out with President-elect Carter, President Ford sitting on one side of the back seat and House Speaker O'Neill on the other. And now slowly out of the driveway toward Pennsylvania Avenue.
Steve, kill him!
John, for the Fords, this is a moment.
It sure is.
Unless he is invited there by the Carters, he will not go into the White House yet.
He is just beginning now his last motorcade when he has the flag of the President of the United States on that front fender. A man who came into the White House in those tragic months of the summer of 1974. What must be going through his mind at this time? Tried for re-election, almost made it, and now he's heading up Pennsylvania Avenue with James Earl Carter of Plains, Georgia, on the seat beside him. This trip by should take about 10 minutes, but it may be a little longer if Mr. Carter does get out of the car up here on Capitol Hill and walk for a couple of blocks. But it shouldn't take more than about 8 or 10 minutes. They've cleared the avenue of traffic.
This is another conversation we would like to hear, and one. A number of presidents in turning over the office to their successors have been very chilly and have had little or nothing to say. Ford and Carter seem to be reasonably cordial.
I think they're getting along very well. This business of presidents going up together started with Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson a very, very long time ago, and sometimes it has been frigid. Sometimes they have just despised each other.
This ride will take a few minutes coming up here to where we are at the Capitol, and we'll be back in a moment. Only once every 4 years is it possible to drive up Pennsylvania Avenue as they are now doing it non-stop because it has been cleared of traffic, and needless to say, they're not going to stop for any red lights.
There they
Here's
are.
the motorcade. That's the Treasury building you see in the background to the right of your screen.
In that first car is the President-elect, Senator Howard Cannon of the Joint Committee on the Inaugural, and the Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill. Behind them, Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Carter, escorted to the Capitol by Senator Mark Hatfield. In the third automobile, the Vice President-elect, Senator Robert Byrd, the Majority Leader, and Representative James Wright of Texas, the Majority Leader in the House. After that, Mrs. Rockefeller, Mrs. Mondale, and Congressman John Rhodes, the Minority Leader in the House of Representatives, in the fourth car. To the right of the motorcade now is what they call the Federal Triangle, that great group of buildings that went up in the early Roosevelt years. Soon they'll be passing the new and somewhat architecturally controversial FBI building. And ahead of them, Mr. Carter can look out through the front windshield and see the dome of the U.S. Capitol shining in the sun.
Some of this street, Pennsylvania Avenue, has been allowed to become very shabby. And there constantly are plans to do it over and to make it into a grand ceremonial boulevard, but somehow it never gets done.
That's right. And this, of course, is where the parade will be after the inauguration takes place. The first parade was pretty informal. It was a parade for Jefferson. President Grant was the first to review a parade formally. In those early parades, neither blacks nor women were allowed, thank you very much, and the first blacks marched on Pennsylvania Avenue in an inaugural parade in the second Lincoln inaugural in 1865. The first women didn't get to march on Pennsylvania Avenue until the inauguration of President Wilson in 1917. Women and blacks excluded until then. And you can see the motorcade now soon will pass the only monument on Pennsylvania Avenue to a president, interestingly enough. There is a very simple and quite beautiful marble block down in there, just about where they are now, in the honor of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You can easily walk past it and not even see it. But on this great avenue of the United States Capitol, no other monuments to presidents. There will be two Bibles used today. One, George Washington's Bible, the one he used, which was lent by a Masonic organization in New York City to the Inauguration Committee for this ceremony. Jimmy Carter, however, will use a Bible. He will be sworn in using a Bible his mother gave him.
Carol Simpson is down here on Pennsylvania on the parade route. Carol?
Is just now passing 3rd and Pennsylvania Avenue, which is directly across the street from the United States District Courthouse, where the famed Watergate trials were held. The cars are going by. The crowd seems to be surprised. We hadn't expected they were coming down this route. We don't hear cheers. I think it's because the people are cold. A lot of them have been out here since 7 o'clock this morning. I think they now realize that it was President Carter, soon-to-be President Carter and President Ford passing by. They are moving up Capitol Hill. They're about 2 blocks away. And it's an exciting day. This is Carol Simpson, NBC News at 3rd and Pennsylvania.
Indians, a branch of the Algonquin tribe, once had their council house, and somebody said, we had ours at the top of the hill, the Capitol. Now, if Mr. Carter is going to stop this motorcade and get out and walk a little bit, it ought to come in about this part. David, you say he's not going to do that?
I think that's on the second leg of the trip.
That's going back.
That's going back, I think.
Well, then, in a few minutes, they should appear at the Law Library entrance to the Capitol, because the Capitol grounds are now already on the left-hand side of your picture.
That white flag with the stripes is the flag of the District of Columbia, if you've been wondering.
The Capitol grounds, special Army guards that you saw in silhouette there a moment ago, pulling into the Capitol grounds itself now. They are just a moment or two behind schedule, maybe 5 minutes behind. The first motorcycles are arriving underneath the inaugural stand, members of the Senate and other guests rushing over to have a look at the motorcade. Now, when they get inside, interesting piece of protocol, Mr. Carter and Mr. Ford get to use an elevator, but the Vice President-elect, Mr. Mondale, and the Vice President, Nelson Rockefeller, have to walk up to the second floor. Only the top men get to use the elevator.
There are two small, very small elevators inside there, and one of them is reserved for senators only. It has a sign of it, senators only. Tourists and others not allowed.
Now, once they're all out of the cars, and once they're up in room S206, which is Senator Eastland's office, then they will start to appear on the platform in this order. First, Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Rockefeller. Then 3 minutes later, Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Mondale. Then 3 minutes after that, President Ford and Vice President Rockefeller. At about 3 minutes after that, the Vice President-elect is scheduled to appear on the inaugural platform. And 3 minutes after that, if it all goes according to schedule, Jimmy Carter will appear and the ceremony will begin. The Vice President-elect will be sworn in by Congressman Thomas P. O'Neill, the Speaker of the House. This has only happened once before in our history that a Speaker of the House has sworn in a vice presidential candidate. That's when Sam Rayburn swore in Lyndon Johnson as vice president in 1960.
John Woodrow, they were passing out little tickets there out of an envelope a minute ago. What was that?
Maybe it's the order in which you're supposed to leave that room. The protocol now is very, very strict.
Couldn't be lunch tickets.
I don't think so. He just says he's going to not have the normal lunch and just have a hamburger or a ham and cheese or something. That's Senator Cannon there, just behind President Ford.
Mr. Ford is here in this capacity for the lack of about 30,000 votes out of 80 million.
I wonder if that's on his mind.
I don't know, but I'm sure it has been from time to time. They're now going into the President Pro Tem's office, where they'll be for a little time, and we'll be back in a moment.
Brought to you by NBC News' continuing coverage of the inaugural of Jimmy Carter is brought to you by All Temperature Cheer. 3 temperatures, 1 detergent. All Temperature Cheer. All Temper-Cheer. And by Safeguard Deodorant Soap.
The President and the President-elect, as you have seen if you were with us, have now arrived here at the Capitol and have gone inside, and in a very short time will be appearing on the platform. It is interesting to note that, I think I was saying earlier, this part of the ceremony, it runs most all day, this part of the ceremony is the only one that is required by the Constitution, and the rest of it is an optional added extra. And so this part is the only part paid for by the U.S. government using tax money. That is the swearing in and the little lunch that goes after it. That is all the province of Congress, and it's all paid for by Congress. After that, it's all private money. There is no tax money for any of this, and it's done with private contributions and the sale of tickets and souvenirs and license tags for those who like them for their cars. John?
Catherine Mackin, also known as Nanook of the North, is in her fur hat.
Will she answer to that name?
I don't know if she'll answer to it, but she's got something to say. Cassie?
I missed the funny line there, so I can't say anything at all. But I will say this, that up here on the presidential stand, that we're all ready and just waiting for Jimmy Carter. Miss Lillian, his mother, arrived a short time ago. Mrs. Smith, Rosalind Carter's mother, also arrived. All the members of the House are over there on the far side of me, and standing all behind me are the members of the Senate. Also, it's kind of interesting to see the transition of power, to see Carter's aides now up here on the stand. Stuart Eisenstat, who will be his domestic advisor, is up here. Hamilton Jordan is also up here. So you can see the change that is taking place. The Atlantic University Choir is down here below me, waiting to sing during the inaugural ceremony, the Marine Corps Band. So we're all just ready and waiting, and anytime Jimmy Carter wants to come on out, we'll get on with inaugurating him as President of the United States. Now back to the booth.
The Supreme Court is coming out now, led by the Chief Justice. They're in their robes. I wonder how much long underwear is underneath that. You can see them coming down those 12 or 13 steps now from the rotunda.
John, I dare say that is a question that will never be answered.
If the camera could just stay in that crowd down there, you're seeing one of the most interesting things that takes place in any country in the world. You're seeing a mingling of the Carter cabinet and the Ford cabinet, of the Carter aides and the Ford aides, and the Supreme Court and the diplomats, and all of them milling around, finding their seats on that platform. The thing that strikes me, and that I think is so singularly important for Americans, is the ability of these two staffs to have got along together. The Ford people did as good a job helping the Carter people in as has been done in our history. And as you look at those faces down there and you see people so different parties, different backgrounds, all getting along together in what has to be called civilized political intercourse, makes me feel good.
It's the Chief Justice standing there in front with the striking white hair.
There's Hamilton Jordan, one of Mr. Carter's very close political aides. There's Senator Humphrey and Mrs. Humphrey, he wearing a big Russian-looking hat, very sensible on a cold day like this.
Humphrey will be Grand Marshal of the parade and riding up front, whereas Carter will be about 2 or 3 cars back, which is where Humphrey at one time tried very hard to be.
I can't quite see if Ham Jordan is wearing a necktie. Yes, he is. It's one of the few times we've seen him. Jody Powell, the new president's press secretary, just to the right of your screen, talking with Ham Jordan. Ham Jordan doesn't like to wear neckties. He likes old peacoats. That is Jody Powell in the circle there. Powell will be more than just press secretary. He'll be writing for the new president. He is extremely close to him. He started as a chauffeur for Mr. Carter when Mr. Carter was going out all by himself. There's Billy Carter. They asked him this morning if he was going to spend the night at the White House, and he said, "I will never spend a night in a mansion."
The family has rented the top floor of a hotel. There isn't really all that much room in the White House, John. It's a big house, but it doesn't have that many bedrooms.
Well, that's right. And Mr. Carter's mother, known as Miss Lillian, has been moved into what they call the Queen's bedroom at the White House. Her belongings for a short stay here were brought in today. She will reside in the Queen's bedroom. So named, I think, David, because Queen Elizabeth stayed there once. And there, of course, the Chief Justice in the foreground there in the shadow. More power, more influence, more rank on that inaugural stand today than is ever assembled at any other occasion in American history. Once every 4 years on this stand, you get the ultimate in a collection of power and influence. Ron Nessen, there, partially obscured, the outgoing president's press secretary.
He's been looking for a job. In fact, he was trying out for a Washington local television talk show host the other day. And I haven't heard how he made out, have you?
No, I haven't. There's Cyrus Vance, the incoming Secretary of State, who will replace Henry Kissinger. Not an easy act to follow. Harold Brown, who is going to defense. Charles Schultz will be chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. We'll be talking with the former Speaker of the House, Carl Albert. And I believe that's John McCormick, David, isn't it?
I think so.
That's John
I'm sure it
McCormick
is,
of
yes.
Massachusetts, a former Speaker of the House himself.
Two former speakers.
Two former speakers. You know, it's interesting looking at the Chief Justice. The oath of office to American presidents in our history, which goes back to 1789, has been delivered by only 20 men and only one woman.
There's Griffin Bell there, who will be the new Attorney General.
The woman who administered the oath, of course, was Judge Sarah Hughes, who gave it to Lyndon Johnson on an airplane on the tragic day in Dallas in 1963.
John, I can't help remembering an episode in Nixon's first inaugural when, after it was over, a few days later, he was looking at photographs of the scene you see there now. A wide shot showing the crowd on the platform. Standing in the background, a very sober-looking group in dark suits and restrained dresses. Standing in the background, Nixon saw in the picture a man wearing a very loud sport jacket, loud, prominent plaid. And he called in some of his staff and said, "Who was that? What was he doing up there in clothes like that?" And they didn't know who he was. And they checked it out, and they found he was a government employee. Nixon tried to have him fired for having appeared on a platform, in his view, improperly dressed. Turned out they couldn't fire him, but it did not help his career.
Isn't that interesting? The back of that head is Bob Strauss, the outgoing chairman of the Democratic National Committee.
Bob Strauss was not invited to the inaugural parties. He had to get a ticket from somebody who was.
And in there somewhere, and I don't know them, so I can't identify them for you, are the Dr. John Adams and Mrs. John Adams, who are the parents of Joan Adams Mondale. And here's a long view of the scene. Very pretty day here. And in a few moments, we should see the first of the people who will sit in the front row start to come down those stairs.
Well, you see, the seats are pretty well filled, John.
The seats are now
cold,
filled.
People have come, wearing fur boots and hats and gloves and heavy coats.
I think we're going to have some action here in a minute, David. The Marines are clearing that stairway. And I think we will soon see Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Rockefeller. The wind blowing from the northwest at about 14, 15 miles an hour. The temperature somewhere between 25 and 30 on a cool, cold, crisp day in Washington, D.C.
Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Rockefeller are coming out now.
Yes, and there they are. And the official part now begins. And you're going to be hearing, you in the audience, you're going to be hearing from Senator Howard Cannon, Democrat of Nevada, who is, as the chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, will make opening remarks. So I think the first thing we will hear in terms of remarks will be from Senator Cannon. Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Mondale. And while we're waiting for the President and the President-elect, we will have Senator Cannon's introductions, then there'll be a selection by the Marine Band, the invocation by Bishop William Cannon, no relation to the Senator, of the United Methodist Church of Georgia. Then the oath of office will be administered to the Vice President-elect by Speaker O'Neill. Then you will hear ruffles and flourishes and Hail Columbia. Then the oath of office will be administered to the President-elect by the Honorable Warren Earl Burger, Chief Justice of the United States. That will be followed by ruffles and flourishes, the playing of Hail to the Chief, to the new Chief Executive, and a 21-gun salute. After that, a relatively brief inaugural address by the new President, benediction by Archbishop John Roach of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and the national anthem sung by Isaac Goodfriend, who is cantor at an Atlanta synagogue. Then Jimmy Carter, President Carter, then, will go inside the Capitol. Former President Ford, then, will go to a helicopter near the Capitol and leave for California, Andrews Air Force Base, and then California. Ford, the Vice President.
The last time you'll hear that played for him.
Followed by Senator Hatfield and Congressman Rose.
Bob, how are you? Hello, Gilbert. Nice to see you. You look great. Senator. How are you, friend? Hi, Cy. How are you? Nice to see you. Hi, Harold. Good to see you.
Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Mondale are next.
They're down. No. Mrs. Mondale.
I'll tell you.
Mrs. Mondale and Mrs. Carter are already seated there.
Sharpest dresser in town.
President, you don't mislead the fellow. Don't lie to the fellow, President.
How did you finally get over with respectable company? Well, the court better watch out there.
Now, the court, that's where I belong. Man of honor.
Look at that crowd.
Oh, it's great.
Great day.
You and I have seen a lot of these.
We sure have. I know. Wait, did you ever tell me, Fred?
Vice President-elect standing at the top of the stairs. Escorted by Senator Byrd, the leader of the Senate Democrats, and Congressman James Wright, the leader of the House Democrats. Former Senator Walter Fritz Mondale of Minnesota to be the next Vice President of the United States.
Beautiful.
Fred?
President.
You look great.
Great, you're feeling fine. Beautiful day.
I know it.
Yes, sir. Flank you.
Okay, I've got to see.
Yeah, we're surrounded by
We got all Minnesota showing today.
That's right, the whole Minnesota outfit.
Yeah.
Isn't it beautiful?
Good. I want him to hear every word.
Better there.
Mike's.
President Ford is waving to the crowd. And in a moment, Jimmy Carter should appear.
A lot of love out there for you, Mr. President. Lots of they're great people. No country. You'll find out more and more. I know. Marvelous. You're going to have a great trip, and as I said, give all the leaders my very best.
Your personal.
They're fine people, and they'll be great to work with.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
I don't envy the trip, but
They got a bed in there, I hope.
oh yes, I'm sure you.
That's what saves it.
Can you sleep on a plane?
I'm going to find out.
Well,
What's that?
What are these valleys?
That sounds.
oh, they've got real good sleeping. I tell you, you look great there.
I tell you, I'm warm. Thank God.
Jimmy Carter is coming out The schedule now calls for Senator Cannon to make a brief introductory remark.
Great crowd out there. There it is. They weren't as orderly as they are. Are we seated?
Yes, please
We're seated.
Please sit. That is Senator Cannon at the microphone.
Mr. President, Mr. President-elect, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Vice President-elect, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, in the highest tradition of our form of government, we are here today to inaugurate the 39th President of the United States. It is a great honor for me as chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies to begin our program by presenting the United States Marine Band under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Jack T. Klein, which will play America the Beautiful.
For our invocation, I present Bishop William R. Cannon of the United Methodist Church, Atlanta, Georgia. Will you please stand?
We're home free, David.
Let us pray. O God, whom people of different persuasions call by different names, yet on whom we all alike rely for our lives, our land, and the opportunity for happiness, grant us, we pray thee, a new and vital realization of thy sovereignty and our dependence, of what it means to be creatures responsible to their Creator, and of our obligations both as individuals and as a society to thee. Save us as a nation from the arrogant futility of trying to play God, as if we knew everything there is to know, as if our wealth was so great that we could satisfy the needs of people everywhere over the world and buy their favor and support, as if our own power were limitless so that we could manage and direct the affairs of humankind. The truth is that we are not able properly to manage and control ourselves, to guarantee to every American the full advantage of the fruits of his labor, so that each one of us may sit under his own vine and under his own fig tree, and none shall make us afraid. The management of the world is thy business, not ours, O God. Give us the humility and good sense to see this. Help us to deal with others as equals, seeking advice as well as giving it, receiving help from them as well as lending them our aid. Teach us that the only abiding influence we can ever have in the world is the influence of a good example. We ask thy forgiveness for those sins that marred our national character and impaired the effectiveness of our government in recent times. Help us as a people to confess our sins, not to blame our politicians alone for them. In their evil and wrongdoing, thou dost hold before our face a mirror in which we see our own misdeeds writ large. Teach us that a democracy is not sacred just because it is a democracy, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people is no better than the people themselves. Let this, the first administration in the 3rd century of our national existence, be the beginning of a new era, a time of rectitude, righteousness, prosperity for all our citizens based on their own toil and productivity, and peace. Bless our outgoing President, Gerald Ford. Give him the satisfaction of knowing that he rendered inestimable service to our country under trying circumstances. Bless the Congress of the United States, the newly designated cabinet, and all others either elected or appointed to public office. Lend thy favor and thine aid to our Vice President-elect, Walter Mondale, that he may support and complement in unselfish service the work of the President, and thereby make his own role in government indispensable. Pour out the abundance of thy grace, we pray thee, upon Jimmy Carter, about to be inaugurated President of the United States. We pray for his family, especially Rosalind, his wife, that they may support him in this most difficult task. We thank thee for his brilliant mind, his signal accomplishments in public service, his exemplary Christian life, and his devotion to thee and to thy people. Give him the wisdom, the strength, and the goodness to take his place among the greatest of our presidents, and grant him, like Solomon, an understanding heart to govern thy people rightly. Make our people governable, O God. Save our nation from factionalism and from the divisiveness of those who exert pressure on government for their own interests, seeking selfish gain more than the common good. Make us, we pray, one people unto thee, united for the good of the nation and for the service of the world. Help us together to build a nation here on earth that in its manner of life anticipates thine everlasting kingdom in heaven. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, thy Son and our Savior. Amen.
We will now have the pleasure of hearing the Battle Hymn of the Republic, sung by selected voices from Atlanta University, Clark, Morehouse, Morris Brown, and Spelman Colleges, and the Interdenominational Theological Center. This chorus is conducted by Dr. Wendell P. Whalum and will be accompanied by the United States Marine Band.
Seen him in the watchfires of the 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Thomas P. O'Neill, Jr., will now administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect.
Walter F. Mondale, citizen of the state of Minnesota, duly elected Vice President of the United States, are you ready to take that oath of office?
I am.
Will you please repeat after me? I, Walter F. Mondale, solemnly swear.
I, Walter F. Mondale, solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
My fellow citizens, I present the distinguished Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable Warren Earl Burger, who will administer the oath of office to the President-elect.
Very happy. To me, I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Gentlemen, the President of the United States.
For myself and for our nation, I want to thank my predecessor for all he has done to heal our land. this outward and physical ceremony, we attest once again to the inner and spiritual strength of our nation. As my high school teacher, Miss Julia Coleman, used to say, we must adjust to changing times and still hold to unchanging principles. Here before me is a Bible used in the inauguration of our first president in 1789. And I have just taken the oath of office on the Bible my mother gave me just a few years ago, opened to a timeless admonition from the ancient prophet Micah. He has showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. This inauguration ceremony marks a new beginning, a new dedication within our government, and a new spirit among us all. A president may sense and proclaim that new spirit, but only a people can provide it. 2 centuries ago, our nation's birth was a milestone in the long quest for freedom. But the bold and brilliant dream which excited the founders of this nation still awaits its consummation. I have no new dream to set forth today, but rather urge a fresh faith in the old dream. Ours was the first society openly to define itself in terms of both spirituality and human liberty. It is that unique self-definition which has given us an exceptional appeal, but it also imposes on us a special obligation to take on those moral duties which, when assumed, seem invariably to be in our own best interest. You have given me a great responsibility to stay close to you, to be worthy of you, and to exemplify what you are. Let us create together a new national spirit of unity and trust. Your strength can compensate for my weakness, and your wisdom can help to minimize my mistakes. Let us learn together and laugh together and work together and pray together, confident that in the end we will triumph together in the right. The American dream endures. We must once again have full faith in our country and in one another. I believe America can be better. We can be even stronger than before. Let our recent mistakes bring a resurgent commitment to the basic principles of our nation. For we know that if we despise our own government, we have no future. We recall in special times when we have stood briefly but magnificently united. In those times, no prize was beyond our grasp, but we cannot dwell upon remembered glory. We cannot afford to drift. We reject the prospect of failure or mediocrity or an inferior quality of life for any person. Our government must at the same time be both competent and compassionate. We have already found a high degree of personal liberty, and we are now struggling to enhance equality of opportunity. Our commitment to human rights must be absolute. Our laws fair, our natural beauty preserved. The powerful must not persecute the weak, and human dignity must be enhanced. We have learned that more is not necessarily better, that even our great nation has its recognized limits, and that we can neither answer all questions nor solve all problems. We cannot afford to do everything, nor can we afford to lack boldness as we meet the future. So together, in a spirit of individual sacrifice for the common good, we must simply do our best. Our nation can be strong abroad only if it is strong at home. And we know that the best way to enhance freedom in other lands is to demonstrate here that our democratic system is worthy of emulation. To be true to ourselves, we must be true to others. We will not behave in foreign places so as to violate our rules and standards here at home. For we know that the trust which our nation earns is essential to our strength. The world itself is now dominated by a new spirit. Peoples more numerous and more politically aware are craving and now demanding their place in the sun, not just for the benefit of their own physical condition, but for basic human rights. The passion for freedom is on the rise. Tapping this new spirit, there can be no nobler nor more ambitious task for America to undertake on this day of a new beginning than to help shape a just and peaceful world that is truly humane. We are a strong nation, and we will maintain strength so sufficient that it need not be proven in combat. A quiet strength based not merely on the size of an arsenal, but on the nobility of ideas. We will be ever vigilant and never vulnerable, and we will fight our wars against poverty, ignorance, and injustice. For those other enemies against which our forces can be honorably marshaled, we are a proudly idealistic nation, but let no one confuse our idealism with weakness. Because we are free, we can never be indifferent to the fate of freedom elsewhere. Our moral sense dictates a clear-cut preference for those societies which share with us an abiding respect for individual human rights. We do not seek to intimidate But it is clear that a world which others can dominate with impunity would be inhospitable to decency and a threat to the well-being of all people. The world is still engaged in a massive armaments race designed to ensure continuing equivalent strength among potential adversaries. We pledge perseverance and wisdom in our efforts to limit the world's armaments to those necessary for each nation's own domestic safety. And we will move this year a step toward our ultimate goal, the elimination of all nuclear weapons from this earth. We urge all other people to join us, for success can mean life instead of death. Within us, the people of the United States, there is evident a serious and purposeful rekindling of confidence. And I join in the hope that when my time as your president has ended, people might say this about our nation, that we had remembered the words of Micah and renewed our search for humility, mercy, and justice, that we had torn down the barriers that separated those of different race and region and religion, and where there had been mistrust, built unity with a respect for diversity, that we had found productive work for those able to perform it, that we had strengthened the American family, which is the basis of our society, that we had ensured respect for the law and equal treatment under the law for the weak and the powerful, for the rich and the poor, and that we had enabled our people to be proud of their own government once again. I would hope that the nations of the world might say that we had built a lasting peace based not on weapons of war, but on international policies which reflect our own most precious values. These are not just my goals, and they will not be my accomplishments, but the affirmation of our nation's continuing moral strength and our belief in an undiminished, ever-expanding American dream. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
The benediction will be offered by the Most Reverend John R. Roach, Archbishop of St. Paul in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
May we join in prayer. God our Father, we thank you now for this earth, for its fertility and strength, for the green hills, the windy plains, the pounding of the sea and mountain forests, for the earth's resources and its fragile beauty. We thank you for the gift of life. May we reverence it and protect it. We thank you for the gift of peace, which you have placed in our earthen hearts. In our struggles to become a people, you have given us in each age the leadership of men and women whose noble daring and peaceful ways have brought us to this time. We thank you for those who have gone before us. From many walks of life and from many races and nations, you have fashioned a country whose cultures have unfolded ever broader patterns of life, each reflecting its own brilliance and hope. For this variety, we thank you. We thank you, Lord, for the freedom we enjoy to worship, to learn, and to use your gift of talents to their full. For simplicity of life, to live our days in the company of friends, to work in peace in our homes, on our farms, and in our cities. We remember, Lord, all these blessings you have given to us in the past, and we thank you. Today we have come to celebrate our future. Each of us, Father, sets out a hope before you for the days to come. We beg your special blessing on President Carter and Vice President Mondale and their families. There is loneliness on the mountain. Grace that loneliness with your presence. Give us the strength to struggle beyond pain, to reach out our hands to the alienated and to the poor. Where suffering and weak voices cry out, may we be present to nourish. Where injustice speaks, may we have the courage to change it. Where proper dissent is present, may we have ears to listen. Watch over the leaders of this earth. Give them hearts for compassion and the fire of freedom. Give them the courage to speak out and to listen quietly. Give them the humility of sincere faith and the vision of future good. And especially today, we ask you to watch over our new leaders, set them upon the right way. For you are the Lord in whom we trust. You are the God of our faith. To you be praise and glory forever and ever. Amen. I'm so proud. I will keep you in my prayers. Congratulations, Mr. President. Amy, you're a dear. Nice to see you.
Concluding the program, the national anthem will be sung by Cantor Isaac Goodfriend of Atlanta, Georgia, accompanied by the United States Marine Band.
Oh, say, can you see by the dancery line what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, who brought lights and bright stars through the perilous tide? On the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does the touchdown
also Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, for about the last 25 minutes. Sworn in at 12:03 Eastern Standard Time, today, the 20th of January, 1977.
The applause during the speech may have seemed muffled, but remember that everyone in the audience was wearing gloves. The plan now is for a lunch inside for President Carter. First time I've said that. And for former President Ford and Mrs. Ford and the Rockefellers to go through the Capitol and out the west side to a helicopter, which will carry them to Andrews Air Force Base, where the Fords will leave my airplane for California. We'll follow them and see it all.
Yep, thank you very
Vice President Mondale. That's the first time I've said that. Members of the family, their relatives, mothers, fathers, children.
President Carter's mother is there. Not many mothers see this.
Mamie Eisenhower was supposed to have been here, but she couldn't make it today. She's quite old.
Hello, Carl. How are you? Nice to see you.
And so it's done. Rosalind and Jimmy Carter heading for 4 years, perhaps more, in the White House, and the very heavy burdens of that office.
I'll count on you now, Jack. You gotta hold the fort.
Jerry and Betty Ford on their way to California. Those are the sergeants at arms of the House and the Senate, just behind the Carters.
Ford was talking where the others gathered around before the ceremony about how he was looking forward to his trip. He's going to California. He's going to travel around the country playing golf in various places. He'll do a little lecturing on college campuses, and beyond that, he has not yet said, and we do not know. He is fairly well taken care of financially, quite well taken care of financially. So we won't have to worry about that. I don't know if you saw it. Governor Wallace of Alabama and General Omar Bradley, World War II hero, were seated at the top of the steps in wheelchairs, side by side.
There was one tradition that was carried on today, which is a relatively new tradition in inaugurations. Mrs. Carter held the Bible on which her husband took the oath. That really didn't begin until Lady Bird Johnson held the Bible for Lyndon Johnson in 1964. Mrs. Nixon held it to Nixon inaugural, and Mrs. Carter held it today. The weather didn't turn out to be too painful despite all the apprehensions during the week.
No, it's about normal now for a Washington winter. In the 30s. Sunny, which is not normal.
President Ford has a lot more friends up here than President Carter, having spent 25 years in the House of Representatives. All told, Mr. Ford has 28 years of accumulated government service.
Private citizen now.
Private citizen to the extent that he will still have office space, that he will have a staff, and that he will be protected for the rest of his life by the Secret Service. Ron Nesson, now a former presidential press secretary, just went through the door.
They're inside the Capitol Rotunda now, under the huge dome in the center.
David, shouldn't we point out that in something that is unusual, Mr. and Mrs. Ford, accompanied by the Rockefellers, will get on that helicopter and it will fly over some of Washington's better-known monuments for a symbolic last look.
What did you think of the speech?
There's Linda Ellerby of our staff.
As you can see, it's getting pretty rough down here. Ford is leaving through the rotunda. There were some congressmen here to greet him. Senator Robert Dole of Kansas, his running mate, was standing around and looked as though he was waiting for Mr. Ford to come out, but he left shortly before he did. Ford spoke briefly and then moved on out the front door. After 25 years in this building as a member of the House of Representatives, 8 months and 1 day as vice president, and 2.5 years as president.
Talk for a moment? Oh, yeah. Sure. Come on. Stay right here. Tell him we have brother. I can say that now, too.
Right, Ken.
What'd you think of it, huh?
I thought it was great.
Jimmy Carter.
Billy Carter.
Billy Carter.
What did you think of the speech?
Well, I really couldn't hear it too well where I was at. I thought it was good. I'm sure it was good.
Have you been keeping out of trouble so far in Washington?
So far, so good.
What are your plans for the rest of the day?
I think I'm going to the parade. I'm not sure whether I'm going to the Washington Hotel and watching the parade route, but I'm going with the rest of the family somewhere.
I understand you've said that you're not going to spend the night in the White House.
I am not.
Okay. That's with Billy Carter, and now back to the booth.
Well, and you see on your screen the former President Ford and Mrs. Ford walking toward their helicopter with the congressional escort.
They're on the side of the Capitol opposite to where the ceremony took place. That is to say, the west side.
If you look down from here, you look down across the mall to the Lincoln Memorial. We may see that as they pass our cameras. Neither he nor Mr. Rockefeller looked very cold. I wonder how John Hart is doing right now out in the cold where he is. John?
John, we are down the steps from the former president, about 200 yards, down toward the bottom of the esplanade, where he will walk over a wooden fence which bridges this stone fence to Marine One. He is accompanied by a couple of members of his staff, Richard Cheney, former chief of staff. The members of the 82nd Airborne Division from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, were flown here to represent the Army, and they are for the departure of former president, lining the steps and surrounding Marine One.
And John, he will use Air Force One to fly to Monterey, California, won't he?
He will use one of the two Air Force planes that become Air Force One when the president's on it, yes.
Which is the standard courtesy for an outgoing president.
Yes, yes, it's Air Force 707. He's going to play golf, I think, as you mentioned, in the Bing Crosby Pro-Am tournament at Pebble Beach this weekend. Arnie Palmer, I think his handicap is going to be 18.
Well, I can't think of a prettier place if you have to leave the White House.
And then he'll spend a week at Monterey. He has a number of speaking engagements coming up in the next few weeks. He's going to be visiting lecturer at Yale. He's had invitations from more than 80 colleges and is accepting some of them. Don't know exactly how many.
We don't yet know, John, where he's going to set up his office. He gets $1 million in transition money to be spent on staff and papers, free postage. He will set up an office somewhere to go through his papers, and that office will be funded under the present law at $100,000 a year. Now, and that is simply for that office. Otherwise, his pension, based on $40,000 a year for his service in the House and $63,000 a year for his service as president, comes to $103,000 per annum.
Yes, and he'll have a staff of 24 helping him for at least the first year. He is now about 100 yards from Marine One.
Hi, John. How you
Hello,
doing?
Ron Nesson.
That's Senator Mark Hatfield, to the president's right rear, part of the congressional escort. The Rockefellers will fly with them in the helicopter as far as Andrews Air Force Base and then bid them adieu.
Several hundred people, John, have apparently figured out what was going to happen here and have gathered at the foot of the Capitol to say goodbye to Mr. Ford.
Including John Rhodes, Republican leader of the House,
and Senator Baker, the Republican leader of the Senate.
Perhaps you can hear the cheers from here, people across the street. And a number of people are running over from Constitution Avenue. Police are under orders to hold them at the wall.
John, I don't know about your monitor. We can now see a crowd of people running across the snow.
Well, I have no monitor, David, but I can see them too.
Toward the helicopter.
They have stopped at that, of their own accord, at the bottom there.
You know, I can't help but comment that this is in such vivid contrast to the last time we saw a president or a former president get aboard a helicopter and leave town. This is some of what President Carter referred to when he said he wanted to thank his predecessor for all he has done to heal our land.
Well, John, I've been out with the people various places around this Capitol today, and they're all very happy. Many of them Republicans and many Democrats, and They've had a good time. It will take about 20 minutes, we're told, to take the tour that you mentioned, flying over the various monuments. The Washington Monument is right directly down the mall, and behind it, the Lincoln Memorial, and then on out to Andrews Air Force Base. The White House told us earlier this week that this former president will refrain from making any comments on the new administration for some time, and deliberately trying to keep what Mr. Ford set out to have as a spirit of cooperation and in the transition.
And we ought to say that while this is going on, the Carters and the Mondales are having a private lunch in the U.S. Capitol.
President Ford is about to leave Washington. As you have said, John, he has a lot to do and a lot of help to do it. Financially secure, so he is not exactly going away into the salt mines. He is very much admired here on the Hill, regardless of political considerations. Spent 25 years here.
Crowd still is coming across the snow-covered lawn of the West Front. Get one last look at the President. You can't see him, but they're waving anyway.
There's the Constitution at work.
And it's a nice day for a tour. There's a Washington picture if you ever saw one. I would presume that that is the camera we have on top of the Washington Monument.
One last trip by the House of Representatives.
Well, that was something to see. Jimmy Carter broke a tradition today here at the Capitol. Normally, when presidents finish this inaugural ceremony, they are taken inside with their families and the vice presidents, and are given quite a fancy lunch in a dining room in the Capitol. Carter said there were 65 people here 4 years ago at a very formal lunch for President Nixon. Today, Jimmy Carter said right at the beginning, I don't want to do that. There are thousands of people along the parade route. I don't want to keep them waiting while I sit here with a lot of VIPs eating a catered meal. So we think, we're not sure, we think that the Mondales and the Carters and maybe one or two other people are simply having something like a hamburger. They'll be coming out soon and the parade will begin. He didn't want to sit up here being fancy, and I find that quite interesting.
And typical of Carter, he's not very patient with a lot of fuss and ceremony and delay. And so the ceremonial, the constitutional aspect of our first inaugural of our third century is over. The new president is in the Capitol having lunch, about to go down to the White House. The retiring president is in a helicopter on his way to an airport, and we'll go out there and see it when he arrives. He will leave from there to California to play golf and decide what he will do next. And we'll be back in a moment.
NBC News' continuing coverage of the inauguration of President Jimmy Carter is proudly brought to you by Dodge and your local Dodge dealer, and by Crest. You can't beat Crest for fighting cavities.
Well, they're beginning to break down this whole establishment here. That stand that you see, the inaugural stand, will be taken apart like an erector set and stored for the next inaugural. But those press boxes that you see down there now are going to the city of Wildwood, New Jersey. Wildwood has arranged to buy the press boxes, break them up or use the lumber, and make a boardwalk on that seaside community. And all of this will be taken down and put away as the great wheel of the Constitution turns. That's where we are, incidentally, the right-hand window in the bottom of this enormous... I suppose I could lean out and wave. Shall I try that, David?
Well,
I don't think you can see me waving. Anyway, that's where we are. And this will all be taken down, and the members of Congress will be able to park in the lot again and stop complaining about it.
Well, there has been some complaining.
David?
It's tells something about our country that on the two facades of the Capitol of the United States, one is kept in trees and grass, and the other is used as a parking lot. To bring you up to date, President Ford, former President Ford, is in a helicopter on his way to Andrews Air Force Base, which is about 20-odd miles outside of town. President Carter and Vice President Mondale are inside the Capitol. We can't show it to you at the moment. Having lunch before they start down Pennsylvania Avenue and begin the parade. From here on, it is all a private ceremony, privately financed and privately organized. Bardo Tirana, who is the co-chairman of the Inaugural Arrangements Committee, arranging the parade and so on, said he didn't want to make it too lavish because he said we don't want to spend money we don't have. If he persists in that attitude, he won't last long in Washington, I would say. Linda Ellerby is inside the Capitol in the rotunda. Linda?
Yes, we're here with Andrew Young, who is the ambassador to the United Nations, and the youngest member of Carter's cabinet. I asked him what he thought of the speech, and he told me that he would like to read a copy first, so I gave him my copy to read, and now you've read it. Now what do you think of it?
Oh, I think my thoughts are pretty much the same, that it was really very simple and its own way very powerful. It was a saying to the nation and to the world that Jimmy Carter is ready to assume the mantle of leadership, but that he really does depend on the people of this nation for strength in carrying out that mantle of leadership. I think that's been pretty much the theme of the whole day, from the 8 o'clock in the morning service at the March on Washington site right on through to this, and we'll probably continue through the day.
No surprises in the speech?
No, I don't think so. I think it was a repetition of themes that he constantly made through the campaign. I was particularly pleased at the quote of the prophet Micah, which is one of my favorite scriptures.
Okay, thank you very much, Ambassador Andrew Young, and now to Cassie Mackin. How do we get over there? Hey, Mike? No, I'm sorry. Now we're going to Tom Pettit, who's in the Capitol Plaza.
Well, I guess maybe it's Tom Pettit. I'm not all that sure either. But I do know who this is. My new friend from Wisconsin, John McCarran from... McConnell. Sorry, John, I got a little carried away there. Well, now that you've seen it, what do you make of it?
Well, I think it was a real nice ceremony, and I was just thrilled to see the president and President Ford and of the Carters. It was deeply thrilling, and I was really excited when I heard him do his address and saw him take his oath. And along with Walter Mondale, I was just very, very excited, and I'm just honored to know that I was here.
You'll remember this all your life, won't you?
You bet I will, and I'll be there someday. You can count on it.
In the White House?
Yeah, I'll be here and then I'll go to the White House.
You mean you're announcing your candidacy right here?
Yes.
Pretty good, John. Thank you very much for helping us out in reporting on what...
Thank you.
And now
It's been my pleasure.
Well, it's been our pleasure. Feeling is mutual.
Well, thank you.
Now, last time you said now back to John Chancellor, right?
Yeah.
What do you say this time?
Now back to John Chancellor.
And?
David Brinkley.
Thank you. If you have any more little boys like that, send them to Washington. We could use them.
We're going to have the former President Ford is still in the air, on his way to Andrews Air Force Base. We've got cameras there and correspondence, and we'll show you that and the rest of the day's festivities after this.
Television 4, your inauguration station. NBC News resumes its coverage of the inauguration of Jimmy Carter.
President of the United States, now holding the office held in the past by George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Abraham Lincoln,
Franklin Pierce,
Millard Fillmore.
All kinds.
And at the moment is inside the Capitol, we believe, but our information here, I confess, is slightly faulty. We think he's eating a hamburger, but we're not sure. His immediate predecessor is on his way to an Air Force base outside of town, and when he gets there, we will switch out there and see it. John?
The foreign congratulations were coming in to Mr. Carter. The King Carl Gustaf of Sweden sent him a telegram wishing him every success. The West German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt from Bonn sent a message wishing Mr. Carter strength, success, and happiness. The Dutch newspapers said the inauguration today symbolizes the triumph of American democracy over what it called corruption and deceit. The Yugoslavs are talking about encouraging auguries. Some of the French papers are wondering if the astuteness, the political astuteness that made Mr. Carter a successful candidate will carry over into his presidency, which is a fair question to ask on a day like this. Now to Catherine Mackin in the Capitol Rotunda.
Yes, John, we're standing here with really the guts of the new White House staff. This is Robert Lipschutz, who will be counsel to President Carter, Hamilton Jordan, who is assistant to President Carter, and Jody Powell, who is the press secretary. Well, things seem to be going pretty well. You've been in office for 55 minutes, is that right, Jody?
No crisis. Except Hamilton forgot to get the car to get us to the parade, so we're in trouble.
Well, there you are. The new administration needs a ride to the parade. They're stuck in the Capitol Rotunda. Are you still humble, Hamilton, after 55 minutes in office?
Well, yes. Yes, I'm very humble. Continue to be very humble.
You're not going to bail me out of that.
No, not at all. His last burst of humility was when he was 2, as a matter of fact. Excuse me, go ahead. I don't want to speak, do more than my share. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, how come you call him Hamilton and me Mister?
Because he told me that once, that I could call him Hamilton.
Oh, you call me Bob.
Okay. Bob, President Carter has said, or has let me know, that he plans a lot of travel. Where will he be going first? Do you have any idea?
No, I really do not. I think it'd be within this country much more so than otherwise. Well, other than that, I really do not know the specifics.
Hamilton, what about how the president will keep in touch with the people? Has that developed any more, how you hope to do that?
Well, it's very important for the people and for the president to have a sense of the mood of the country. That was the reason I think he was successful in his own campaign, that he understood, what people were concerned about and what their problems were. So, on a continuing basis, it's necessary that he have that same feeling once he's president. And Jody and others have talked about different options. I'd rather really Jody respond to that.
Jody?
Well, one of the first trips that he'll make will be probably within the first 3 months, and we'll try to hit hopefully every region of the country. give him a chance to see what's going on and give the people a chance to see him and let him know what they're happy about and perhaps more importantly what they're unhappy about. So it'll be a continuing process to try to keep the president from being isolated in a world just composed of staff and politicians and press, which is a very unhealthy environment, as we all know.
Thank you very much, Bob Lipschutz, Hamilton Jordan, and Gertie Powell, the new White House staff, or a lot of the new White House staff. And now to Chuck Quinn at Andrews Air Force Base.
Frank, what did you say? The helicopter has just taxied into position at Andrews Air Force Base. The Fords and Rockefellers will be coming out immediately. This is Charles Quinn with John Cochran. John Cochran will be traveling to California on Mr. Ford's plane. Mr. Ford wanted a very simple ceremony. We're told this is going to be very simple and very brief. Strictly military, no cabinet members. Here's Ricky Ford holding the wreath, apparently of roses. Mr. Ford chose deliberately not to have his cabinet officers out here this afternoon. The cabinet officials, some of them suggested coming here, but he said no, he'd like to say goodbye to them at a breakfast ceremony at the White House this morning, and of course his wishes were honored. And now there's a cheer coming up from a crowd of several hundred people. There are a few of his White House aides who come out here, even though Mr. Ford said he did not want a big send-off. Mr. Ford chose a military ceremony somewhat similar to that given to former President Lyndon Johnson when he left Andrews Air Force Base 8 years ago to return to Texas. Another burst of cheers and applause from the small crowd gathered out here, 300 or 400 people probably. Gun salute. John Cochran, why did Mr. Ford choose this simple ceremony?
I think he felt it was dignified. He wanted to leave Washington in just this manner. He didn't want
a very sentimental ceremony. He did want to leave, however, with the military saying goodbye. He thought that was appropriate. There was some precedent for it. Former President Johnson had done this. It's a very simple ceremony, ruffles and flourishes. And here he'll now take the review of the troops. These troops from the military district of Washington, all branches of service are represented. Later on board what is no longer Air Force One, but is now just a presidential jet, Mr. Ford will be having a party with some old friends, and he's invited quite a few reporters on board, reporters who have covered him throughout his presidency. He's already told reporters to be prepared to have a good time. Nothing serious, just a good party. We also expect him to have something to say in the way of a valedictory, some informal comments to us. But we're told he's in a good mood today and looking forward to his new life in California. That new life, of course, will begin with golf, one of his favorite sports, at the Pebble Beach Golf Club, Bing Crosby turning. From there, he'll go to another sporting event in about a week in Houston, Texas, to honor the late Vince Lombardi. And then after that, he'll return or go for the first time to his new home in Palm Springs, California, where he'll be leasing a home while he looks for a permanent home. The Fords eventually will buy a house there, but they say they're in no hurry. They're going to shop around. And like most house hunters, they'll be looking for the best bargain they can find. Mr. Ford will not speak publicly to us. His comments here are private, just goodbyes, farewells to the military people here and, of course, to the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers spent the night at the White House last night. And it is perhaps significant that the Rockefellers were the only people, the official people, that were invited here to be with the president today. The flight to California will take somewhat over 5 hours. We'll be arriving out there shortly before 7 p.m. Eastern Time. It will be a little before 4 p.m. West Coast Time. And tomorrow he'll play golf with Bing Crosby and Arnold Palmer. And it'll be about 50 degrees warmer out there, too. Mr. Rockefeller, incidentally, is expected to leave the same airport shortly after Mr. Ford leaves. And at this point, I'll have to leave. Chuck Quinn, it's all yours. I'll get on the plane.
Mr. Ford, Mrs. Ford, now approaching the plane. Mr. Rockefeller, Mrs. Rockefeller, behind them. In the Ford saying their goodbyes. Yeah, I know. enter the plane. Plane Air Force One, one of two Air Force Ones. This is the older one, first used by President John Kennedy, I'm told. Mr. Ford will fly from here to Monterey, California, where tomorrow he will play in a golf tournament with Bing Crosby golf tournament. His partner will be Arnold Palmer.
So a president leaves town with, I would say, as high a degree of respect as he had when he came, if not higher, which has not always been the case. He will fly to California. John Cochran, NBC News' John Cochran, will be on the plane, among a few others, during this flight, and maybe by tonight we will be able to have a report from John about what it was like and what happened and who said what and what the party was like. Because, as he said, it's going to be a party, not a serious political occasion. John?
We'll be back with more, including the parade that'll take place down Pennsylvania Avenue after this. Well, here's where we stand now at about 12 minutes past 1 Eastern Time. Within the next 2 or 3 minutes, according to the schedule, the Carters and the Mondales are due to come out from the Capitol building, where they've been having a private and informal, and we are told very simple lunch. And they will get into the cars that are there at the Law Library entrance. You can see it, that's the lit part of, or it's in the shade actually right there. They will come out of that and get into cars and drive down to 15th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, following the route of the parade. At that time, Mr. Carter plans to get out and walk down to his reviewing stand, which is located on the property at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, known as the White House. And there's the car. They're waiting for them now, and this part of today's events should get rolling very soon. David?
The little motorcade they're assembling there will be at the head of the parade, and at the very end will be a huge balloon blown up in the shape of a peanut. That, when you see that, you'll know the parade is over.
If you like peanuts, your great years have just begun.
Tom Brokaw and Jane Poley will be here during the afternoon, keeping you up to date on what is happening in the parade, and they are in place now. Tom, Jane?
Thank you, David. We are indeed, and we are awaiting the beginning of the parade. It is scheduled to last for 2 hours and 15 minutes, but of course there's a very good possibility it will go on for longer than that. We get all kinds of military-like descriptions at this point, that it's 150 units, that it will move at a pace of 100 yards for every 1 minute. Well, my guess is that that will slow down once Jimmy Carter gets out of his car at 15th and Pennsylvania and begins to shake hands with well-wishers along the parade route. He will walk, we're told, to Blair House, which is the guest quarters, and then return to the reviewing stand and see the parade as it comes down before him. Each state has been invited to have 2 entries, one a marching unit and one a float. You'll not be surprised to learn that at least 2 states were able to exceed that limit, however, the states of Georgia and Minnesota. As for the military contingents, you'll remember that the new president is a graduate of Annapolis, so guess which branch of the service will have more units today than the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard and the Army. Jane Polly's here, too. Jane?
If a parade has to have one, the object of this parade is to get the new president to his new home, the White House. At about 10:31 this morning, the Carters left the White House as its guests. Well, they will return in a few hours as its residents. Now, they have waited 2 years to get there, so they will wait those 2 or 3 hours, few hours more. At the end of that parade route is the solar-heated reviewing stand. It's where the president and his family and the presidential party will sit. Those are about the best seats in the house. The next best seats are the seats in your house, where you will be sitting as we show you the parade along the Presidential Mile, the most important mile Jimmy Carter has ever walked.
Well, at any rate, we'll be here with the parade all afternoon. The reviewing stand is canted so you can see both the White House and the guests. Will be showing you all the details, including kids on trampolines and plexiglass floats. So we hope you'll be with us. John and David, you still there?
Yes, we're still there. Carter has said of that diagonal stand that he has on Pennsylvania Avenue that it represents humility, closeness to people, and concern for the ecology, which he says will be themes of his administration.
That's a very substantial architectural statement to make in a very simple structure. It's set to one side so people can see the White House behind him rather than having it block out the view of the White House. Those are marching units on Pennsylvania Avenue, bands awaiting. They will be first in the parade, and they're standing there waiting until the parade they're supposed to lead begins. As yet, it has not. The big, shiny black limousines are still parked here at the Capitol awaiting their passengers. And when they come out and fall in line, then the parade will begin. As Tom said, it's supposed to run 2 hours and something, depending on how closely they stick to the schedule, which usually is not very closely. But again, as we have said, it is a beautiful sunny day here now. The temperature, I believe, is around 32. I haven't seen any ice melting. The stands, which were sold, the tickets were sold, not given away, are across the street from the White House where President Carter will sit. That is Pennsylvania Avenue, looking upward toward the Capitol. You can see the dome away in the background. This picture is from the roof, I think, of the U.S. Treasury. Normally, that street has traffic light islands in the middle of it, but for inaugural parades, they not only turn off the stoplights, but they take them out so as not to interfere with the movement of big military units and floats and so on. It becomes a parade route, a ceremonial boulevard.
And from these pictures, it looks like it's a pretty good crowd. The crowd tends to get heavier as you get closer to the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. But what we saw there in that picture from the Treasury not long ago was that it was quite a lot of people. You know, David, when you look at these pictures, Pennsylvania Avenue bereft of its stop and go lights, and you look at the military review that we saw Mr. Ford have at Andrews not long ago, you begin to think that the presidency is always a struggle between a sort of regal attitude, royal privileges for a president, and the more democratic side of it. And I think we've, in the very first Congress, you know this, David, the 1789, the Senate passed, or a committee of the Senate passed, a mode of address for the new president. He was to be addressed as His Highness, the President of the United States. And the House knocked that out. The House wouldn't go along with it in that first Congress. But here, not His Highness, Mr. Jimmy Carter and Mrs. Carter, the new president, leaving the Law Library entrance of the U.S. Capitol on his way to his inaugural parade.
His audience awaiting.
That's right.
Lined up and down the avenue.
Again, his escort, Senator Cannon, Sergeants at Arms of the House and Senate.
President Carter.
Toward the White House.
Now, I can't quite see. We'll see in a minute. The top of that car can come off if he wants to stand up. You see the aperture in the roof. There are actually two. And he could take, his options are that he could have that top removed. I think on this car, perhaps the whole top can come off under certain circumstances. His Secret Service agents are flanking the car.
You know, it is not as easy to have a parade now that they have stopped making convertibles.
Yes?
Even in cold weather, politicians used to sit up on the back of the back seat in a convertible with the seat folded down, waving to crowds and so on. They don't make convertibles anymore. How are we going to do that?
Well, also, it drives the Secret Service crazy. They don't make cars with running boards anymore so that you can stand on the running board. And on some of the presidential fleet, they have had to construct their own running board.
They put little steps on, little foot slots on the outside with handlebars.
Mr. Carter, President Carter, sorry about that. President Carter has expressed a preference for driving around in a regular car, which has also caused some logistic problems for the Secret Service because most of the presidential cars are limousines with armor on them.
That is so heavy, I believe there are some bridges in the District of Columbia you're a little dubious about crossing in that.
It's hard to do in a smaller car, to armor-plate it. Although they use fiberglass now instead of sheet steel.
There's the usual milling. It's not like getting a family organized in more than one car to go on a picnic. It takes forever.
There's the seal on the side of the door. Right. There's the flag on the front fender. And they are heading now toward Pennsylvania Avenue. The car will turn right and then left again for the trip down to the White House.
I think those security agents will walk the whole distance. They're used to it.
We don't know what that smoke is there. It could be somebody trying to keep warm.
Following Chief Cullinane on patrolmen and women in the Special Operations Division. 13-member scooter unit has proved an ineffective crime deterrent and a cost-effective innovation in the department.
And I'm sorry, I can't quite make out what that is. I think it's the car, or it's those are the Vice President and Mrs. Mondale. They are standing in their car. David, am I right on that?
They're standing with their up through the opening in the roof.
Yeah. So this little caravan is still getting itself organized. That, I believe, is the presidential car. Well, it's underway, David. I thought it was a very nice day, the whole thing. I enjoyed myself.
Went beautifully. The parade has begun. We will bring you all of it, and we'll be back in a moment. The parade has started, and as I say, we'll bring you all of it. We heard here a little while ago the inaugural speech, one of the shortest, I think the shortest I've ever heard, and I've heard a lot of them, about 10 minutes. And it was by Mr. Carter's own estimate, a speech in which he was telling his staff, attempted not to offer the people any euphoria. He's out of the car.
This is a change in the schedule. He's walking. And from the angle of the camera, it looks to me as though he's walking down Capitol Hill. Those are the Capitol grounds in the upper part of your picture to their left. So this is a change. This was not on anybody's schedule.
We were told they would get out of the car at 15th in Pennsylvania, which is about a block from his reviewing stand. But he is out of the car, I would say, where is that, 5th or 6th?
That's just at the bottom of Capitol Hill. They are still walking down Capitol Hill. And at a pretty brisk pace.
Well, he is president now. He can do whatever he wants, whether the Secret Service likes it or not.
You see,
I don't think they like this much.
Somebody was standing there saying, well, we'll be up at the Capitol, and we won't get much of a glimpse of him. He'll just go by in the car very fast. And they're getting a very good look at him now, and at Mrs. Carter.
Most presidents in our time have wanted to do this, to wade into the crowd and shake hands and to walk and make themselves visible. But in recent years, after our various tragedies, it has been discouraged and there has not been very much of it.
Although, David, as you well know, the security people are a little bit easier if it is totally unscheduled. If it has not been announced in advance and nobody knows when the president will get out of a car.
Maybe that's why we didn't know about it.
That may be. That occurred to me. In any case, on a bright afternoon in Washington, D.C., cold and clear, the 39th President of the United States and the First Lady are having a walk down Capitol Hill.
I wonder if they're going to walk all the way.
And he has surprised us before, David, and my guess is he will surprise us again.
Oh, I hope so.
1977 presidential inaugural activity.
Washington tends to be a very predictable town.
And by First Lieutenant Jerry Maynard, the 3rd Infantry Honor Guard. Coming into view now, Army Colonel Robert Wagan, Leavenworth, Kansas, parade commander of troops, commander of the 3rd U.S. Infantry, better known as the Old Guard. The Army, the oldest of the armed forces,
Now, there's a man enjoying himself.
Yes, he obviously is having a good time, and I'm sure he would like to walk to the White House and walk on beyond it.
Yep.
A nice, brisk walk on a chilly day, knowing that if you get tired, there's a huge limousine immediately behind you can climb into whenever you like.
Following an agreeable ceremony he attended around the middle of the day.
Was it Washington, or it was Washington, who said on taking this office that he felt like a prisoner going to jail? Carter does not look that way or seem to feel that way.
Although we might ask him in about a year or two how he feels about being a prisoner in the White House. You just can't do this very often.
Well, that's a marvelous picture. There's never been a picture like that.
I can't recall.
Well, certainly not since television began. Mrs. Carter, as you may have noticed, is wearing boots. Chilly day.
Led by Drum Major Specialist,
It is not a long walk in terms of very lengthy walks, I suppose, from the Capitol to the White House, but it's the kind of walk, if you took on a day like this, you would very gratefully sit down when you ended it. It's that long.
Just about 2 miles.
We have had a bulletin on Mr. Carter's lunch. We were told,
John, what did they eat?
We were told earlier that it might be a hamburger. Here is what we are told it was. Madison Hospitable bouillon, whatever in the world that is, avocado stuffed with shrimp and covered with a remoulade sauce, deviled eggs, a fresh vegetable tray with dip, eclairs, bread and butter, and coffee, tea, milk, and Carter's favorite buttermilk. This was brought in by the Senate restaurant for 20 people who had lunch for him. No mention, I ought to point out, of a simple hot dog.
Well, after a lunch like that and a 2-mile walk, you should be about even.
That's right.
The crowd obviously is delighted. They did not know this was going to happen, did not know they would get to see this, nor did we, as we've said, because we think the security people kept it secret deliberately, which is certainly a good idea.
Those are Mr. Carter's sons, members of his family there right behind you walking now.
I guess we'll find out in a day or two when they decided to do this. That is a picture you'll see for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Magazines, books, retrospectives of the 70s.
Now they're just entering the commercial part past the new National Gallery building on Pennsylvania Avenue. The commercial neighborhood begins, kind of mixed government and commercial along in here.
There are a lot of souvenir stands and shops selling magic tricks and postcards, other necessities.
Stanley Tredick, a photographer there whose pictures you sometimes see on the NBC Nightly News. That new wing of the museum, David, it's a handsome building.
It's the Department of Justice, I think. No, that's the courts. I don't know offhand. Do you? Has any president ever walked since Jefferson walked from his inaugural?
Jefferson
walked down to the boarding house.
Walked down to the boarding house. I'm not sure that he walked back to the White House.
If I
was there,
of course, didn't know he was going to do it, so I didn't look it up. I don't remember offhand. I don't remember hearing about it or reading about it.
I have it right here.
Good. Read it to us.
That was before the White House. So Jefferson, after his first inaugural, gave a little speech, took the oath, and then walked back from the Senate chamber to the boarding house on New Jersey Avenue, where he had lunch.
Along with the regular residents and patrons of the boarding house at a common table. Boarding house table.
However, on the second inaugural for Jefferson, they had 9 companies of infantry drawn up for a presidential review before they went on. And he held a reception that evening in the East Room of the White House. That was the first inaugural parade, Jefferson's, in 1805.
The first one in Washington.
Yeah. It was a military marching unit, a band, and a committee of congressmen.
Washington wasn't here until 1800.
I wonder if word is spreading to the crowd that the president is walking.
Well, it must. You know, a lot of them will have transistor radios. You know, Carter talked about a people's inaugural.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And this obviously is at least a part of what he meant by that. To walk from the Capitol, presumably to the White House, though we don't know, they haven't told us.
The National Archives building.
Rather than flashing by in a big black limousine, which nobody can see inside of. if he walks to the White House, or even if he doesn't. He will do more walking today than speaking.
That's right.
The speech was only, what, 13 minutes?
It is a good half-hour walk, possibly 40 minutes, I think, from the Capitol to the White House. It has the added advantage, if you're going in that direction, of being partially downhill.
It's downhill, there's no traffic, and there are no lights.
Now, right over in there, in that clump of bushes on the center of your screen is where, I believe, if I'm right, where that small marble slab is with Franklin Roosevelt's name on it. Worth looking at if you're in Washington.
There have been, as you know, John, several attempts by sculptors and architects to design some huge monumental memorial to Roosevelt and to put it up across the Potomac River. But the two or three that have been put forward were not wildly, enthusiastically accepted in Congress and elsewhere, and so none has been built.
Lyndon Johnson is memorialized on the other side of the Potomac River by some rough granite, I believe it is, and a grove of trees.
Grove of trees, which is beautiful.
Very intelligent design.
Carl Stern is down in the, I guess Carl is riding while the president walks, is that right?
Well, that's
Carl Stern
right,
is down in the parade and can see
David, if you can hear me,
reactions and so on. Carl, tell us about it.
Right, well, I'm in that Cadillac convertible. We finally found one for use in the parade. I'm just behind the congressional leadership and just in front of what's called the presidential section of this motorcade. And here at ground zero, one can see the faces of the people in the crowd. It is a very enthusiastic crowd. It's a perfect place to see a parade. And this is a very different sort of inaugural motorcade than the one 4 years ago. There are virtually no signs here at all. 4 years ago, there were various anti-war signs and such, except for a short burst of signs as we came down Capitol Hill, signs which said stop nuclear weapons. We've seen almost none here. The motorcade, of course, swept by the Federal District Courthouse. You might recall 4 years ago, and we don't want to dwell on this too much, but it is worth noting that 4 years ago, Richard Nixon was in a motorcade like this, came past that courthouse. The Watergate jurors were watching from the jurors' lounge on the 4th floor. Judge Sirica had given them
I think we've run into a little interference with Carl's radio set there.
He was about to say that Judge Sirica had given the jury its instructions, and they were standing in their lounge looking out at the Nixon inaugural parade.
David, it seems to me that the pace of the president and Mrs. Carter has slowed a little bit.
Well, they're no longer on a hill. It's level there.
And if he's thinking, as many presidents have before him, about some of the things he's seeing, he is saying to himself, you know, we've got to clean up parts of Pennsylvania Avenue.
Well, we have. Some of it is a mess. It's interesting what Carl was saying about the lack of signs and protests and complaints. 4 years ago, there were plenty of them. The whole of, not the whole, but most of Pennsylvania Avenue was one big protest sign, mostly about the war.
Well, in 1968, something like this would have been impossible. In 1969. In 1975, it would have been... Got my dates wrong.
Yes, you have. In 1973.
I'm going to say it very carefully. After the 1968 election, it would have been impossible for a president to walk down this avenue this way. After the 1972 election, it would have been regarded as dangerous.
It is a relatively calm and peaceful time in American life.
Mm-hmm.
one we might hope will last a long time.
Deputy Secretary for 2 years.
As we wait for the second unit in the parade, the one with the president.
What you're hearing on those loudspeakers are various people making announcements about the parade and describing some of the units in the parade. And if you want to see the parade, stay with us, because the parade is behind the president. And once he gets into his reviewing stand, then we'll be able to bring you the parade.
There are all kinds of floats. We got to look at some of them this morning. Very pretty. Carter family.
That's Chip Carter and his wife Karen you saw there. The Mondales presumably are riding. The last time we saw them, they were standing up in their car, which is somewhere behind.
It's Chuck Carter right there. Jeff Carter right there in the circle.
John and David?
Yes, Carl.
Yeah, I guess we're back on. We're in the shadow of a building. You couldn't pick us up for a moment. I do want to tell you from here in this vantage point on the street, one senses quite a different atmosphere than there was 4 years ago. That was a very tense motorcade. This is a very, very loose motorcade. This is we're not surrounded by Secret Service men. We're not concerned about missiles that might come from the crowd. The crowd itself is much different. They look as though they've just come out of a football game and that their team won. I don't know if they're all Democrats. They seem to be. I'm sure there are some happy Republicans here too.
Carl.
Yes.
Can you see the speedometer where you are sitting in that car? How
Yes.
fast are you going?
Well, we're going 3 miles an hour. And if I can come back to a point I started to make a few minutes ago, John, it is, for some of us who've done these before, sort of a nostalgia trip. When Richard Nixon came down this avenue 4 years ago and passed the courthouse and saw the Watergate jurors, that was the original Watergate trial. There were only 7 defendants then, headed by Gordon Liddy and Howard Hunt. He came past here full in the knowledge that, as John Dean had told him, Watergate had been contained, that he had little to fear. And yet, just 2 months later, on March 19th, one of the defendants, James McCord, wrote a letter to Judge Sirica that broke everything wide open, and within a year and a half, Richard Nixon was not president. I say this solely because it tells us how quickly events can move, and they certainly did move swiftly in that matter. This is a different motorcade today, very different.
Well, Carl, they seem to have made pretty good time.
Obviously, souvenir banners which say Jimmy Carter have been selling well. We're looking at a sign which informs us that the Girl Scouts of America, Junior Troop 322, is here. There is another interesting difference which has nothing to do with politics, and that is that 4 years ago, the line of servicemen and service ladies who lined this route had far few service ladies. I'd say today about every 6th or 7th member of the armed forces lining this route is a young lady. We have the Deptford Township High School Band from Deptford, New Jersey, watching on here. But relatively few signs, relatively few banners. These are people who are curious and people who are interested and waiting very much to see Jimmy Carter come by. There will be a lot of film sold. There are a lot of cameras here. The crowd is about 6 or 7 deep at this point. On the other side of the street, perhaps 10 deep. And on up far into the street, perhaps 50 or 60 deep. I think probably the weather is not as bad as it might have been, and that may be one reason why that we have a good turnout here. Believe it or not, sitting in this car now with the sun shining on me, it is warm. It is quite comfortable. It's a nice afternoon for a parade. That's why I think the crowd, one can see the president's car.
Carl, can I interrupt a minute?
Yes.
I think maybe you can't see that Amy Carter has now joined her parents, wearing fur-lined boots, put on her coat, which her mother buttoned up, and she's now walking along between them, holding their hands.
Along with other members of the immediate Carter family who've just joined. They stopped there for a moment.
I guess they left her in the car a while, thinking the whole walk might be a little too much for one so young, but now she is out.
The walk turns out, now we have a distance on it. It's 1 mile and 2/10. It's 16 blocks.
Well, it's more than that.
It is?
Well, it doesn't go straight. You know, when you come to 15th Street, you turn right for 2 blocks. Isn't that a sight? Kind of marvelous, I think.
Everybody, including Jason, the grandson, being carried on his shoulders. He is Jack Carter's son. Now, the picture you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, is taken from the U.S. Treasury, which stands athwart Pennsylvania Avenue. And our man Carl Rowan is on the steps of the Treasury. Ford Rowan is on the steps of the Treasury, and you may be hearing from Ford in a minute.
We're standing here, as you say, on the steps of the Treasury, where it is quite cold. Carl Stern may be warm in his car, but for the crowds that have been waiting here for 3 or 4 hours, it's very cold. Mr. Carter is probably not quite as cold, because when you walk along, you get the exercise. The crowd now sees the president and his daughter Amy and Mrs. Carter, and it's the moment that they've been waiting for, some of them, for 5 or 6 hours, and at times it was a long and frustrating wait because they didn't know if something was going to happen and they didn't want to leave. But the confusion is now completely dissipated because people are seeing the president-elect walking along, waving at them, and it's one of those moments that especially the young people have been waiting for some time and are quite excited about seeing him in the flesh. Mr. Carter is sort of a stranger to Washington, including the people who live here. He's just walked by our City Hall, the district building. People are wondering what kind of president he'll be here in his new home. The group is now moving up past the Treasury building. The Treasury building takes a whole block as Pennsylvania Avenue kind of dog legs here, and he'll move on next to the part that goes right to the White House. He's about 3 blocks from the White House. He is walking by bigger and bigger crowds now. There are quite a lot of people along here, and as you can tell, they're very excited to see him, and especially after a long and rather chilly wait, this is the kind of thing they've been waiting for.
This is the downtown section of Washington now. That was F Street we just saw, Shopping Street. That's the Treasury building. Somebody is tying a shoelace, David, I think.
Is that Amy?
That's Amy.
Yeah.
According to the UPI, Helen Thomas says that when Mr. Carter changed his plans and decided to walk, this caused shock and probable consternation to his Secret Service guards,
if not stupefaction.
Peanut soup. That's a little restaurant there, a little coffee shop. There are the Mondales. The Vice President did not get out and walk. which shows that the Vice President knows the relationship between the President and the Vice President. Now, in just another minute or so, they will make a left turn, having navigated what Ford Rowan called the dogleg on Pennsylvania Avenue. And they will then be within sight of the White House grounds. That's the Treasury on the right, the old Willard Hotel on the left.
That's 15th Street, and the White House, if it had a number on it, which it does not, would be 1600. A block away.
To my knowledge, David, no president that I've been able to find leafing through the search here has ever walked the whole way. I can't recall it. Can you?
No, I don't.
Some have been on horseback and in carriages. Some have, I think, got off at various times, but no one has walked the whole way.
Jefferson, as you say, walked from a boarding house on New Jersey Avenue, which is much closer than where the White House is now.
Now, they're probably opposite the White House grounds themselves.
You should be able, if the camera tilted up slightly, be able to see the White House now. That's the reviewing stand in the background.
Well, David, it's been a pretty interesting day, and it had quite a surprising moment to it, or actually moment, I should say, 40 minutes, because it was about 40 minutes ago when the President Carter, got out of his car up on Capitol Hill and started this walk. I would just venture to say, David, that Jimmy Carter is the kind of man who does surprise people occasionally. Some of the things he said in the campaign, he is not saying now. He says he will answer or try to respond to all the promises he made during the campaign, and his staff has given him a book full of every promise he ever made. But it seems to me this is a president who can surprise us, who can act on his own, and who in his inaugural today did not promise a lot. What do you think?
Well, he carefully did not. In talking to his staff last night about the speech, I think I started to say this a while ago, and then suddenly discovered Carter was out and walking. He wanted to project to his audience an attitude of hopefulness, but not euphoria. And as he saw it, it was a speech, had a tone of sober optimism, and he very carefully avoided offering any slogans like those adopted by presidents in the recent past, such as Great Society or New Frontier. There was no such slogan. He has referred a time or two to a new spirit, but has made it clear he does not want that to be any particular slogan. There's the reviewing stand, or a part of it.
David, don't we have to go and do nightly news?
Yes, we're going to very shortly, and Tom Brokaw and Jane Pauley are in place to cover the parade bring you the pictures of it. The Carters should be in the reviewing stand very shortly, because they are there. I think they may walk to the end of the block, half a block it is, actually. Come back, get into the stand, and stay there till the parade is over. Tom Brokaw and Jane Pauley are ready. Tom?
Thank you, David. We trust that you will now be walking to my ladies this evening. Jimmy Carter continues his walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. The original idea was for him to walk only about 2.5 blocks from 15th to the corner of 17th and then back to the reviewing stand. What you're seeing on the left side of your screen there is Lafayette Square. He will come up and we think make a U-turn and then go back to the reviewing stand, which is heated by a solar unit installed by Georgia Tech. Any number of people have commented on what a remarkable sight this is, and it is indeed a wholly different tone in Washington, D.C. for this inaugural.
Something special about it, Tom. This parade that we are about to see is meticulously planned, meticulously organized, and I would be tempted to have said maybe an hour ago that there would not be a single element of spontaneity in it. And then Jimmy Carter leaves the car, and the family have walked all of this way, and suddenly this 1977 inaugural parade will be remembered for its spontaneity.
People everywhere are thumbing through the history books trying to find out when it was that a president walked from the Capitol back down to the White House following his swearing in. And as David and John said, so far as we've been able to tell, no president has done that. A number of them, or at least a couple of them, have walked to the Capitol. There's the U-turn that we were describing, which is permissible for the president on inaugural day. All of the stoplights have been removed anyway, and there is no traffic. He is clearly in charge.
And that is typical, too. Jimmy Carter does not take a back seat and would rather walk than ride in one.
Anyway, Andrew Jackson also walked to the Capitol, but rode in his own dramatic fashion a right horse back from the Capitol. We've come full cycle then. Jefferson walking to the Capitol and back, Jackson walking and then riding back, and then we went to carriages for the presidents, and it was in 1921 that Warren Harding became the first American president to ride an automobile back to the White House. There's Miss Lillian in the presidential reviewing stand, and one of the Carter's sons behind her there, pulling down the turtleneck sweater or the scarf that he had. It should be fairly warm in there. There's enough sun today that they can use the solar heating units. If there had not been enough sun, they would have used electric heaters. Amy disappeared from us a moment or so ago. I suspect that she probably dropped off when they came abreast of the reviewing stand and there. Those people with buttons that you see surrounding the president, you probably know by now, are Secret Service agents.
Let's break in.
The balding man just to the left of your screen is Dick Kaiser, who is head of the Secret Service detail at the White House.
Carters have held hands all the way, haven't they?
That's a hike. It is at least 1.5 miles. I have walked it from time to time, reluctantly often, and it is a good, brisk walk. And you, on most occasions, would be weary at the end of it. But when the adrenaline is running, as I suspect it is for the new President of the United States and Mrs. Carter, it may make it much shorter.
They are arriving 5.5 minutes behind schedule. That is fairly incredible that it could be that close.
You can see the White House and the reviewing stand at the same time. A great deal has been made of this. That's what Jimmy Carter wanted, so that the people who are coming down the street and participating in the parade could see him as they approached him and not just as they drew abreast. And the people standing across the street and the television cameras could see both the reviewing stand, the president, the guests, and the White House.
As a matter of fact, the people who marched in the parade probably in the past had never seen the president because it's eyes forward if you are in a marching unit. The temptation would be to turn eyes left or is it right? But they probably never saw it.
It would be left, and I would guess 1 or 2 cheated.
I looked. 4 years ago, I looked, and I didn't see anybody cheating.
You were in the parade?
No, I was watching closely.
There's the new vice president, former Senator Walter Fritz Mondale, who will have members of his family in the reviewing stand as well. It's officially informing there that Mr. Carter, after that nice healthy hike, can take off his coat. To the Chief, Commander-in-Chief, Jimmy Carter. Mondale's and the Carter is now in place to review the parade as it begins to pass by them. 150 units in all, scheduled to last just over 2 hours. And the Grand Marshal, one of Washington's best-known and best-loved politicians on both sides of the aisle, Senator Hubert Humphrey of Minnesota, the mentor of the Vice President now, Walter Mondale.
Humphrey said earlier that he loved parades and that every summer he spent the weekends in Minnesota and wouldn't miss a parade.
It's hard to think of something that Humphrey doesn't like, except losing. And he has lost, of course, his bid for Batman's office at least 3 times, in 1960, 68, and again in 72. And nearly challenged Jimmy Carter this year, and then decided not to. Later underwent an operation for cancer, and lost his bid to become the Senate Majority Leader. That's Joe Califano, who is the new Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare there, introducing children to the new president. Califano having served in the administration of Lyndon Johnson when he was called by many the Assistant President for Domestic Affairs. We have no congressional guide to tell us who is the young person sitting on the lap of the new president, but I believe it is a Jimmy Carter grandchild. Jason.
Is the Georgia state flag, a combination of the white state seal on the blue background and your red, white, blue, rebel flag.
Of course, Carter's daughter-in-law, Karen, Chip's wife, is expecting a baby in March, and I believe Karen and Chip walked a good deal of that trip, if they didn't walk the whole way.
That is Jason Carter, Jack's 19-month-old son. That's General Bernie Rogers, who's the new Army Chief of Staff, who served just before coming to Washington, by the way, in Atlanta, in a command there. General Bernard Rogers.
Rogers and the other members of the cabinet have arrived. They were following the presidential car and the presidential walkers. Maybe one of the last times many of them can officially ride around comfortably in limousines. Charles Schultz, who will be the president's economic advisor, says that Carter has told them that he will not refuse to allow them to have limousines, but he hopes they do not insist. And I'll bet most of them decline to insist. The United States Army Band.
We think that was the United States Army Band that just went by. We're going to have to catch up now. Because the parade went slightly out of sequence, of course. When Jimmy Carter decided to walk, it threw off our schedule for a time at least. And this would be the United States Army Platoon, which I think we're now back on schedule.
This is the group, the Honor Guard at Arlington National Cemetery, and the people who qualify for that have to have perfect slates. No disciplinary actions, not so much as a traffic ticket. Followed by a Marine platoon of Marine security guards.
We'll be back with more coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade celebrating the election of Jimmy Carter as President of the United States, but first, a station. We continue now with our coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade of Jimmy Carter. We have just seen You Are America, the theme float, and so we're moving on now to the University of Georgia Band. And you don't have to ask how that happened to get into this parade. They are playing Georgia on My Mind. That is Georgia on My Mind, and as I was saying a moment ago, we'll be hearing that, I would guess, as much in the next 4 years as we heard the Michigan Fight Song during the administration of Gerald R. Ford. Jimmy Carter is not a graduate of the University of Georgia. He's an Annapolis graduate, but much of his staff.
The horses you see, yes, the Temple Lipizzan stallions are from Chicago. But they are wearing the historic uniform of the Chatham Light Horse, one of the oldest and foremost horse units in the state of Georgia. So that is why they're here so early in the parade. Tomorrow Together is the theme of the Georgia float, and it is all done in Georgia carpeting. Georgia, if you didn't know, is among other things the carpet capital of the world. And that montage of life in Georgia and Georgia history is all done in carpet.
The wings of the phoenix symbolize the rebirth of Atlanta and the coming age of the state in the eyes of the nation and world. There's great pride in Georgia and the city of Atlanta. That's Sandy Adamson, we think, who is Miss Georgia. The plants were all native to that state, which of course is Jimmy Carter's home. Just passing at the bottom of your screen now.
Elmore High School is Walter Mondale's alma mater, member of the class of 1946. And I think they're doing them proud.
Yeah, we have that misidentified. This is the Cardoza High School Band of the District of Columbia. Unfortunately, the Elmore, Minnesota High School Band preceded it by just moments.
They're doing the Vice President proud, too. District of Columbia being his new home.
Well, they're expected to move briskly, and it appears that they are, about 100 yards per minute. They may be even moving faster than that. We'll be back with more coverage in a moment. We continue our coverage now of the 1977 Inauguration Parade, just passing by the Presidential Reviewing Stand, the Culver Black Horse Troop. And let's go back to the parade now. We should be seeing very shortly some representatives of one of the most historic places in revolutionary America, Concord Bridge. These are the Concord Minutemen. Concord Bridge, of course, is where the embattled farmers stood, and where the nation's bicentennial was launched on July 4th, 1974. Correction, 1975, and it went on to July 4th, 1976. These are seasoned inaugural parade participants. They've been in 2 previous parades. And they're active, of course, in their own home area, as well as in the Orange Bowl Parade. They appeared with the Boston Pops as well.
The Lexington Minutemen, I believe, are following the Concord Minutemen. The Lexington Men are the oldest militia company in the United States at 204 years old. They've been in continuous existence since the Revolution.
This now is the state of Massachusetts float. Each state can have 2 entries, one afloat and one a marching unit, unless, of course, it is Minnesota or Georgia. They have extra privileges here. Guardians of Freedom is the theme of the Massachusetts float. 14 Massachusetts citizen voters and a moderator in the famous town meetings. In the center, a large figure of a Massachusetts Minuteman, and then a flatbed hand press commemorating the first American press, set up in 1638 in Cambridge, Massachusetts. This is the shot from the Presidential Reviewing Stand, and this should be the Shippensburg State College Band from the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is, of course, a pivotal primary victory for Jimmy Carter. And as he looks at this band, he probably is remembering the sweetness of that moment.
And the sweetness of the music. The New World Symphony is what they're playing.
All of these band members are volunteers. There is no music department at Shippensburg State.
And I may have been wrong. The band members don't appear to be paying a good deal of attention to the reviewing stand they're performing for.
That's Miss Lillian. Now is familiar, I think, as her son. She will be going back to Plains, Georgia, leaving her son behind to occupy the White House. But I suspect she'll visit from time to time. The state float from the state of Montana, known as Big Sky Country, is a Native American theme. Representatives of the 7 major tribes of Montana. This one is sponsored jointly by the Montana state government and the Crow Tribal Council, featuring members of the Crow tribe in native costume. Crow are known especially for their ornamental beadwork. dancer in the middle is Hugh Little Owl.
That's the Toms River High School South band from New Jersey. Governor Brendan Byrne chose that band to participate in today's parade. And if you're paying attention to your musical scorecard, they're playing March Grandioso as they pass the presidential reviewing stand. And that is a large band of 160 members.
Well, the parade will go on, and so will we. But first, a station.
Television 4, your inauguration station.
We continue now our coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade, and that's the presidential reviewing stand in the background, to which Jimmy Carter and Mrs. Carter walked from the Capitol after he was sworn in. Let's go back now to the parade.
First of 5 divisions, if I'm not mistaken, has already passed. But not quite. Almost. That's the Connecticut Governor's Guards, established in 1771. And they were, and they still are, under direct control of the governor of the state of Connecticut.
The Second Company, the Foot Guard, was organized in 1775 by Captain Benedict Arnold. The Horse Guard was organized in 1788, and since 1929, they have been marching in inaugurals at the request of then-President Hoover. That's the shot of Pennsylvania Avenue now from the Treasury Building. You're looking straight up toward the Capitol. There's a little dog leg in Pennsylvania Avenue. Go to 15th and then come back. The moving vans at the White House behind, where Jimmy Carter cannot see them. Out of the way. Possessions of the new president going in and the old president coming out. That's what is called the diplomatic entrance. And it won't be long before that will be festooned with bunting and Marine bands and platforms from which Jimmy Carter will welcome visiting heads of state.
It's traditional, too, that the outgoing president seems to flee town as quickly as possible. There's no rule that says he must leave town, for heaven's sakes. He can live there if he wants to, but tradition has it that they do leave rather quickly.
Well, they can't live in the White House, but he can live in the This is the United States Marine Band.
Do we need to tell you they're playing the Marine hymn? I don't think so.
Mr. Carter will hear the Marine Band a great deal because they play at all of the South Lawn ceremonies for visiting heads of state. Coming up behind a Marine marching unit, a ceremonial guard company from the Marine Barracks here in Washington, D.C.
If you wondered why they called Marines leathernecks, there's the reasons. The high-backed collar the gentlemen are wearing. Eyes forward. Once again, not acknowledging the Commander-in-Chief, which is, I'm sure, proper.
The Marine Corps Color Guard. Great military tradition for all inaugural parades. At his inaugural in 1944, Franklin Roosevelt had an all-military parade, or almost all-military parade. The nation was at war. It was a somber time, and there was an abbreviated or truncated inaugural ceremony, and the parade was mostly military. This is what is known as the 2nd Marine Marching Unit. And according to the Marines, what you see them wearing are their business suits.
If that is a business suit, then in a moment we are going to see battle. No, that's not battle gear. That was battle gear that just walked in front of my face. I didn't recognize it. This is the Plymouth Carver High Band from Plymouth, Massachusetts, and they're wearing Yale blue. There are a number of men in the Carter cabinet who would appreciate Yale blue, and a number of them who probably wouldn't. They're playing I Believe, referring, of course, to the Harvard men, which there are some.
This is one of the high school bands that got to come here. In Butler County, Kentucky, a band worked for a whole year raising money after their congressman told them that he would recommend them for the inaugural parade, and then he didn't follow through on his promise, and so they ended up with the necessary travel expenses, but not a place in the parade. Back in a moment with more coverage, but first, this message.
While we were gone, you can see the International Side Saddle Association from Holly, New Jersey passing before us. It's an equestrian organization of 27 members, and it publishes its own magazine called the Side Saddle News.
And then from the state of Maryland, the Severna Park Senior High School Marching Band. Didn't have far to come, so I guess the expenses were too much. These bands raised the necessary travel money with bake sales and concerts, dances and auctions, raffles of all kinds. But Maryland is one of those states surrounding Washington, D.C.
They're playing Maryland by Maryland, which will not be the last time you hear Maryland by Maryland.
Arkansas is a natural. Two of the kids on there are Robert Finch and Chris Rule, who said that they were going to wave lots when they got to the presidential reviewing stand. And I think that they did.
And behind them from South Carolina, Abbeville's Grenadier Band. And they are led by and complimented by a group of bagpipers, which you don't run across too often in South Carolina, that I know of.
Here comes the New York State float. Jimmy Carter can look on that warmly. It was a critical state for him in the election. He carried it, and he had the early support of New York City Mayor Abraham Bean, and then qualified support of Governor Hugh Carey. And they have been down to see him already at St. Simon's Island, looking for extra help as New York City continues to have its financial difficulties, and he assured them that this administration would be a friend to the city of New York. The Statue of Liberty featured. The Olympic Games, the Winter Olympic Games, are scheduled to be held at Lake Placid, New York, so there is an Olympic symbol there as well.
I believe that's from New Hampshire, the Spartans Drum and Bugle Corps, Inc. They are ranging in age from 14 to 20. Now, I don't know how bands pick music, but the Drum and Bugle Corps was playing the Hallelujah Chorus.
Colorado, the United States Army Mounted Color Guard. It is the last authentic horse cavalry platoon in the United States Army. You kind of expect to see John Wayne there at the front, but I guess he's not. Corporal Neil Miller is the platoon leader.
Virginia sends the Virginia Polytech Regimental Band and the Virginia Military Institute Marching Unit, one at the same time. VMI, by the way, is the only college in the nation whose students have fought as a unit in any war. That was under General Breckinridge, rather, during the Civil War. And they're playing the New World Symphony. Now that's impressive.
Eyes left to the reviewing stand. Coming up, a piece of Americana, Stagecoach 76. For you horse fans, look closely. The match team of Chestnut, Sorrel, Morgan horses pulling at the reproduction of an overland stagecoach.
Which cost $28,000. That is a luxury model stagecoach.
And that's without air conditioning, folks, and stereophonic sound.
Which means it's entirely too fancy for...
National Veterans Organization, the various National Veterans Organizations will be bringing up the rear with their own special flags and battle standards. Identified last summer as the ticket, now the administration, Jimmy Carter and Walter Fritz Mondale, standing at attention as the veterans organizations pass by.
I assume in recognition of the American flag passing by, they were standing, sitting there.
From East Bladen, North Carolina, high school band representing part of the Solid South. That's in Elizabethtown, North Carolina. It has 600 students altogether, and 108 of them are in the school band, which is a pretty fair ratio.
Playing the song they know best, North Carolina.
Take great pride in the fact that they have a lot of people in the state band, or all-state band, every year in North Carolina. We'll be back in just a moment with more coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade. We're going to continue our coverage now as we go down to the Norwich University Band out of Vermont, and we pick it up next with the state of Vermont, pardon me, the state of Alabama coming into your picture. The state of Alabama, neighbor to Jimmy Carter, of course. This is the band from Kentucky that got to come to the inauguration, the Henderson High School Band.
They are called the Marching Colonels. Of course, we're all familiar with a Kentucky Colonel. Specifically, the Kentucky Colonel we're most familiar with will also be appearing in the parade a little later, but he's not with the Henderson County High School Band.
A little parochialism is always permitted on inaugural day, and they're going to be playing for us My Old Kentucky Home as they pass by the presidential reviewing stand. From the Breckinridge Job Corps Center, a drill team, also from the state of Kentucky. This Job Corps Center is located in Morganfield, Kentucky. It has been awarded more than 150 plaques, trophies, and scrolls for its participation in parades. It is the largest of the nation's 60 Job Corps centers. This group of 55 men and women is directed by James Daniels. And right behind that, the United States Navy Commander and Staff. The 3rd Division of the inaugural parade. Leading it are the midshipmen from the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis. That is Jimmy Carter's alma mater.
Navy man says his only ambition was to be the Chief of Naval Operations. Now he's a Commander-in-Chief. Carter only gave up the Navy because his father had died and he had to go home and take care of the family business, which was not the phenomenal success that it is today.
And when you have a Navy man as the new Commander-in-Chief, you see a little more of the Navy than you do of the other branches of the service. So we're going to see right here in succession the United States Naval Academy Drum and Bugle Corps and then a Navy marching unit. Carter, so far as we know, is the first Annapolis graduate to be the President of the United States. There have been other Navy men, of course, who've served there. Most recently, Richard Nixon, Lyndon Johnson, Gerald Ford, and John F. Kennedy. The Navy has had kind of a lock on the White House. This is the United States Navy Band playing for Jimmy Carter. Following the Navy Band is a contingent from the United States Navy Reserve Forces. That's Admiral Holloway, who is the Chief of Naval Operations. He picked an appropriate moment to come down and greet the new Commander-in-Chief.
Talk about a big band sound. That, folks, is one large band. 269 members call themselves the Pride of the Southland Marching Band. Modest little accolade they've given themselves, but I'm not going to dispute it. And they're playing the Tennessee Waltz. I understand that the Carters like to dance the waltz about as well as they like to dance anything else.
Great tradition of marching bands in the Southern universities, the University of Alabama. Always had a great one, as has the University of Georgia, and here is the University of Tennessee. Tennessee is now big in the other party, of course. Howard Baker is the Senate Minority Leader, and former Tennessee Senator William Brock was recently elected new national chairman of the Republican Party. Tennessee, nonetheless, in the election in November, went for Jimmy Carter, our son of the South. Brief shot of Amy.
What do you expect? She's just a little girl. That's the Guam float. From the island where the American day begins, they say. Romanian people hafa adai to President Carter. Translation, send greetings.
And if you think it's tough for all of us to adjust to this midwinter cold, think of those young women who come from a tropical island in the Pacific, the cold of a Washington day. Amy Carter, looking on, semi-interested at this point.
The Ohio band from Whitehall Yearling High School, Marching Ram Band. Now that is a name. Under the direction of Tom Terry, they are playing Beautiful Ohio.
remember when Jimmy Carter won the Ohio primary last spring? It pretty well secured the nomination for him. I wonder if he's thinking about that now. We'll be back with more coverage in just a moment.
And we are back as the Hella Black Horse Patrol from the state of Texas is driving by. And once we zoom down to see them, something interesting. They are dressed in Western outfits and shrine fezzes all at the same time.
Driving their horses right by the reviewing stand, are they?
Driving. Oh. No.
Now from the state of Texas, the new spirit from Old Heritage, the official state float.
It's a mariachi band. Also is featured on the thank you, is the Alamo, and a real stone from the real Alamo will be taken from the float and given to the Smithsonian Institution when the parade is over.
From Ohio, they get a mobile unit, and this is it. Unicyclist from St. Helens Unicycle Drill Team from Chardon, Ohio. These are all kids, 6 to 17 years old, and how they do it, I'll never know.
And those back ones, I think, are about 12.5 feet tall, which is about half as tall as the tallest unicycle the group owns, though they declined to bring it along for the parade. It's 23 feet tall.
One town with a unicycle unit. The Princeton Community High School Band from the state of
Indiana. And they are not playing back home again there. They're playing Cruel War, Bridge Over Troubled Waters, The Battle Hymn of the Republic, a medley. They're the Marching Tiger Band from Princeton.
These various elements are moving right along. Jimmy Carter and Mrs. Carter set the pace by walking briskly from the Capitol to the reviewing stand. They're now moving at about 100 yards a minute. That was the expected pace. This is Thomas's Command, representing 20 different states. It's a unit of rifle carriers, as you can see, and drummers attired in authentic Civil War uniforms worn by Union soldiers.
Oh, the drums.
It is called the Civil War north of the Mason-Dixon line, but down where Jimmy Carter comes from, it's still known as the War Between the States. Also from the Deep South, Mississippi Band.
The hospitality state, that is a 168-member band composed of students from major universities in Mississippi. Guess they didn't want to favor any one over the other. The state of Mississippi, if I am correct, has special meaning as well for President Carter. It was the electoral votes from the state of Mississippi that said on the morning of November 3rd that Jimmy Carter had been elected the next president of the United States. And we're going to leave for a moment for a message. We'll be right back.
Back with more coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade from Huntsville, Alabama. Here is the Lee High School Band.
And no, the war between the states is not forgotten by any means. The majorettes in front are called the Confederate Dancers. I'm sure the Southern gentlemen had tipped their hats to the president. They're occupied at the moment.
Coming right behind the Lee High School Band from Huntsville is the 3rd Infantry Old Guard Caisson Platoon, as those caissons go rolling along. dressed in World War I uniforms under the command of Second Lieutenant Christy F. Cleve of Hope, New Mexico. 2 caissons, that's what they look like, pulled by a team of 6 horses each.
That is the only official Army unit still authorized the use of horses.
From Maine, the Biddeford High School Band, the Tigers. They've got a musical question for this new president that I think he'll be able to answer. The question is in the name of a song called Are You From Dixie?
For Yankees, they don't do a bad job with that either. Walter Mondale is smiling broader than Jimmy Carter at that song.
From the state of California, from the farm of Madeiros in Galt, California, 9 matching Appaloosas, representing the finest example of color and conformation in the breed. An equestrian salute to the new president from a state that he wanted to win in the election but couldn't, the state of California. We're told that Nancy Zanes, who was a Carter volunteer, worked every day since the election lining up these various horse units. So everyone had a specialty.
Military Academy Fusiliers from the Missouri Military Academy. Across the Great Missouri. And I love the song, so I'm not going to say anything more.
Springfield, Illinois, sent along the 7th Illinois Cavalry from Springfield. It represents a vital part of American history, the war between the states. 36 horses of various breeds. The men are dressed in authentic Civil War costumes from the Union side. Horses coming up, pulling a caisson and a Civil War supply wagon.
And the mess wagon. Needless to say, I had to mention the mess wagon. From Calhoun High School, Georgia, is the marching band. The drum major is Miss Sharon Somerville, and there is an alma mater in the reviewing stand. Daughter-in-law Judy Carter, the wife of Chip Carter's wife. Chip or Jack?
Jack Carter.
Jack Carter, that's right, practices law in Calhoun with Judy's father. And the sons of Thomas Lance, the new director of Office of Management Department, were also graduates of Calhoun High, which is the only thing I said correctly.
As the Calhoun High School band passes the reviewing stand, let's take this time out for a station break.
Television 4, your inauguration station.
Now it's the Air Force's turn as our coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade begins. Various Air Force units passing by the presidential reviewing stand. Let's go down to the parade site. Coming up, the contingent from the Air Force Squadron. It is representing Andrews Air Force Base in nearby Maryland, a place that Jimmy Carter will get to know well because it is from there that presidential trips begin and end, followed by the Air Force Color Guard.
Russellville High School in Arkansas. There's your band. They're playing Tonight from West Side Story. Tonight is the night the Carters move into that big white house, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
These various units were selected by the state's governors, and sometimes they designated someone, often the state campaign manager for Jimmy Carter, to pick which groups had to come to Washington and participate in the parade.
Pioneering conservation, that's what California calls itself. And this float, there's a big sun on the back, that has to do with solar energy. California has established a goal of saving 15% of the energy it now uses in the state by the year 1985. And they've got enough sun to do it, too.
If the election had worked out another way, we would have been talking a great deal about this state, the state of Michigan, of course. Cody High School Marching Band from Detroit. Marching at home as they go by the presidential reviewing stand.
Many of these bands have won awards and blue ribbons in competition and have participated in this parade or that. This particular band has performed abroad. We'll call it the internationally famous Cody High School Marching Band. They performed in Mexico City and Rome.
Cody High salutes the new President of the United States, and we take a brief time.
Ask any mother about Pampers dryness.
We're back now with our coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade, coming right up on a representative group from the state of Texas, from Hardin-Simmons University, a marching band, cowpersons on white quarter horses. Hardin-Simmons University, as you can see, is in Abilene. The eyes of Texas are upon you, Mr. President.
That's the best friend of Charleston. Train, a replica of a train called the Best Friend of Charleston. South Carolina's float entry into this parade. Theme is a proud heritage with a bright future. Well, hello to you, too. I think the salute was for the president, not for me.
Here's where it all began for Jimmy Carter, state of Iowa. The Western Dubuque Bobcat High School Band. A lot of Iowans in town this week because Jimmy Carter invited any number of them with whom he stayed when he was out there tramping through the snow, trying to organize the Jimmy Carter campaign for the Iowa caucuses. It was an important first victory for him when he came out of Iowa, more votes than the other Democratic candidates. It said that Jimmy Carter was for real. Indeed, he was.
At the time Jimmy Carter won that Iowa primary, a Gallup poll said that he was the first choice of 3% of the voters. How times change.
He used to go around the country saying, "My name is Jimmy Carter and I'm running for president." From North Carolina, the official state float, the theme, A Land of New Beginnings, another neighbor to Georgia.
Those are the Grandfather Mountain Cloggers doing a dance that originated in the Great Smokies, and those folks are keeping warm. On Wisconsin, New Richmond High School Band. the Danish wagonette, 1880s vintage. Trio of Arabian show horses is pulling it, followed by the Energy Research and Development Administration's Cars of the Future. There's a gas turbine engine, 2 cars powered by electricity generated from coal, hydro, or nuclear power plants, and the last one there is run by the use of hydrogen, our most abundant element.
Another group from the state of California, from Rancho Cote High School in Rohnert Park, California. This band was so eager to go to the inauguration that it began campaigning for the privilege 3 years ago and solicited everyone that it could find, and when it came time to choose a band from California, it turns out that this was the only band that had raised enough money to get to Washington. So it was automatically selected. Persistence paid off, much like Jimmy Carter's.
A band after the president's heart.
Now let's take this time out.
Continuing coverage of the inauguration of President Jimmy Carter is proudly brought to you by Dodge and your local Dodge dealer, who invite you to buy or...
95.
Back to the parade now, and quickly, because here is a group from the state of Minnesota, which of course is Vice President Fritz Mondale's home state. The Anoka High School band just coming into view there. Jimmy Carter and Mrs. Carter looking on proudly. Hard to imagine the feelings on a day like this for the new president and Mrs. Carter. They came from virtual political obscurity to this exalted position. We were just told that this is an unscheduled appearance. Someone has joined the parade. There is a man in Washington who looks very much like Abraham Lincoln, and that's him. He is seen on the streets of this capital very often. He lives at the YMCA, where he has a small room, absolutely packed.
He's on roller skates.
And today he is on roller skates. I hope he's all right. He's an older man, and he's not a pathetic figure. He takes us all very seriously, and we wouldn't want him to be hurt because he's a fixture in this community. He's up and down Pennsylvania Avenue walking all the time, and he's lost a skate. But he's had his moment in the limelight nonetheless.
There's the Anoka High School marching band from Vice President Walter Mondale's home state of Minnesota. The Marching Tornadoes.
These are the Patriots of Northern Virginia, 100 young people from the Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. area, with a special greeting to young Amy Carter, who today finds herself among a lot of grown-ups, and I think probably is grateful for that special recognition. She'll be able to start at her new school before too long and get back among people more her size shortly. It's got to be a special occasion, however, for someone Amy's age, proud of her father, and, as we say, semi-interested most of the time in what's going on around her. She had a great walk down from the Capitol. She skipped and jumped over lines like any child her age would. The band you hear coming up in the background? Well, right behind the Patriots of Virginia from this area. This is a group of fife and drum corps participants, young men and women dressed in colonial outfits, carrying large colonial flags there. They get around. They've been in the National Cherry Blossom Parade, the King Orange Bowl Parade, the Indianapolis 500 Race Parade, and the Shenandoah Apple Blossom Parade. But there's nothing quite like marching in an inaugural parade, I would guess. Now, from Kansas, Colby High School, the Marching Eagle Band, which has been around for 40 years, has 108 students, and they raise money by even selling scrap metal and firewood. holding garage sales and picking corn out there in Kansas.
Pennsylvania, committed to a spirit of new America, is that state's offering. Pennsylvania was the state that proved that Jimmy Carter could win a northern industrial state. From West Virginia, the Lindsley Military Institute ceremonial units, featuring a drill team, a drum corps, flag corps, and a brass band.
I know he's honored to march in this parade, but he must be weary and of about 2.5 miles of marching and drumming all the time in this kind of weather. Now a Palomino unit, the Tripoli Horse Patrol from Milwaukee.
I'm sure Amy Carter has a ticket. That means she probably has a seat somewhere, but I haven't seen her in it.
Actually, there's only one Palomino in this unit for those horse fanciers who are bound to correct me, and rightly so. You know, when Teddy Roosevelt had his first inaugural parade for his first full term in office in 1905, he had cowboys and Indians of all kind, and they were not in costume. They were the real thing. It was the wild and woolly West brought to Washington, D.C. And so equestrians of all kinds have long been a part of the inaugural festivities. And as long as there's been television, there has been what you're about to hear as well. We're going to take a break right now. Let's go back to our coverage now of the 1977 inaugural parade. Units of the Coast Guard, the Color Guard, now passing in front of the presidential reviewing stand.
This is the beginning, by the way, of the 5th division of this 5-division-long parade, led by the Coast Guard and upcoming the Merchant Marine.
That's the Merchant Marine Academy Band that you're now seeing, passing before the presidential reviewing stand. Now comes a Merchant Marine Academy company and staff, which will be followed almost immediately by the Carson High School Marching Band out of Nevada.
The Carson High School Marching Band was supported by casinos throughout the state of Nevada, trying to get to Washington, and the casinos were a good bet. Sorry I said that.
Well, it's easier than bake sales anymore.
Playing Don't Rain on My Parade.
This band had to compete, by the way, for the honor of getting here. They had a statewide competition in Nevada, sponsored by the mayor, or the governor, Mike O'Callahan, in that state. Next up, the president and the new vice president will see the state of Alaska float, preceded by, appropriately enough, that's not Cassie Mackin in her inaugural day costume. That is, Cassie had a fur coat on earlier today, but that is the state of Alaska and a dog team from the University
Norman
of Alaska.
Vaughn, as a matter of fact, who mushed dogs with Admiral Byrd in the late 1920s. The man is 72 years old.
And that says it all about the state of Alaska, the last frontier.
We have not mentioned a thing about the weather so far, which is probably just as well. I suppose it's meaningless, but it is a gloriously beautiful day in Washington, D.C. The last two inaugurations, it was gray and it was foreboding. I don't know whether weather has a thing to do with the prospects for a future administration. For example, the second inaugural of President Wilson dawned rainy and the sun burst forth, and within a matter of months the United States was at war. So weather is not necessarily an indication of the direction to which presidency may go.
In Lakewood High School in Colorado, the marching band and flag unit. It's 19 years old, 100 members. They raise money in a unique way. There was a 10-hour dance marathon. They're playing a medley as they pass by the reviewing stand. Happy to be here, thank you. One of the most unique entries in the inaugural parade this year is the one that you'll see coming into your picture now. It represents the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports. It is a 40-foot float, and it has just about everything going on. Acrobats. The man on the treadmill there in front is a 72-year-old marathon runner. And there's a Vietnam veteran, an amputee, a skier, Claude D. Alexander of McLean, Virginia. And among those on the trampoline is Beanie Sidey, who's the daughter of Time Magazine's Hugh Sidey. She's in a group called Marbatines, a local gymnast group here in the Washington, D.C. area. But they've been doing that up and down Pennsylvania Avenue. And if they fall off, they get left behind. But a highly skilled group of teenage gymnasts. That, we think, is Beanie Sidey right there. And if you think that's prearranged mention, you're right. All the way from North Dakota, the land of wheat and cold this time of the year, from Devil's Lake, the high school band. They have black berets and black blazers, bow ties out there. Been there for 50 years. Playing soul step as they go on by. Time now for this interruption. Let's go back now for more coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade down to Pennsylvania Avenue in the front of the Presidential Reviewing Stand. That's the Black Watch Drum and Bugle Corps from Washington State. They're all members of the Auburn Washington American Legion Post, state of Washington, where Dixie Lee Gray now is the governor. Makes you realize the remarkable entertainment resources of this great country. These are just a few of the bands and marching groups and equestrian units that were able to get to Washington, and think how many more were left behind. magnificent scene is Washington, D.C. at this moment, live from the Washington Monument. Fireworks going up out on the mall. There's a kind of glazed condition to the snow that covers much of Washington, Lincoln Memorial there, and the Memorial Bridge in the background. The fireworks over what in the summertime is the reflecting pool. Washington seldom has been prettier than it's been this week. And today broke bright, relatively warm.
And if it weren't for 100 or 200 soldiers, there would be ice covering the curbs where the spectators are standing, but with shovels and ice picks, they got it all out of the way in the nick of time.
It's the Potomac River in the background there. The bridge goes across it. Much of it is frozen, which is very unusual because it's a fast-moving river.
Idaho, the Lewiston Senior High School Band. Now that says that the Lewiston Senior High School Band is from Ohio. Don't you believe it? They're from Idaho.
It's up in great fishing and hunting and hiking country of Lewiston. There is a horn player who took a quick look at the president as she went by. President Carter looks to be in good health. He's taken off his coat, and he walked down from the Capitol, and he seems to be enjoying himself as well he should. Old Tippecanoe had a kind of a bad day when he came here. William Henry Harrison, of course, he caught pneumonia in the rain and the cold in 1841 and died about a month later. From Wyoming, the 5th Cavalry reorganized.
Guess what they're going to play? I think. It's exactly what I thought they were going to play, and we'll be back in a moment.
Okay, we continue now with coverage of the 1977 inaugural parade. We'll have to go down to Pennsylvania Avenue to see just where we are. We just heard from the state of Oklahoma representatives from Woodward High School. And coming up now is the Missouri float.
I won't believe it until I see it.
Well, it's the gateway to the future.
Show me state. Show me. Well, we've been wrong before.
Yes, it is the from America's Georgia, just as we were saying. America's Georgia, of course, is well known as the town next door to Plains. It's the city, so to speak, down there, a town of about 20,000 or so, maybe a little larger. It's a place where the folks in Plains go shopping when they have larger things to buy, visit the doctor and so on. Where Faye's Barbecue exists as well. Jimmy Carter's very familiar with America's Georgia. That airplane was a World War I Curtiss JN-4D, commonly known as the Jenny. Charles Lindbergh bought that very plane for $500 at an airfield near America's Georgia in 1923.
Jason doing a little rope walk.
From the state of Hawaii, the 111th Army Band, Royal Guardsmen. Beautiful tropical flowers are withstanding the near freezing temperatures of this Washington, D.C. day.
Probably very well, because to save them, you might put them in a plastic bag in the refrigerator.
The Army Shrine Mounted Patrol, the only drill team in the nation to use black and white Pintos. Each of these units has a different breed of horse, or a different combination. They're from the San Francisco area. They last appeared here in 1957 in Dwight D. Eisenhower's inaugural parade. Pretty horses, Pintos. We're going to get some drill now, I think, right in front of the presidential reviewing stand.
Someone was rewarded.
This is no small investment for these men. They own their own horses and their outfits, and they pay for their transportation, and altogether they have invested more than $1 million in this Army Shrine Mounted Patrol. And they've won, for their efforts, more than 600 trophies. No, Jimmy Carter has not left the presidential reviewing stand. And neither has Vice President Mondale.
I hope that doesn't mean this is going to go to their heads.
From the University of Arizona, the Symphonic Marching Band. It is described by the public information officers at the university, at least, as the best in the West.
We are not going in alphabetical order by any means. From Arizona, the University of Arizona band is just about to wind up this parade, but not quite. There's still a bit more.
Kind of all-American medley being played as they pass the reviewing stand. Yankee Doodle, America, and the 76th Bicentennial Salute. You're wondering what that large brown apparition in the background of your picture there is, coming down Pennsylvania Avenue. You see it coming into view? That's a hybrid peanut, folks. That's one that got a lot of care and breeding down in South Georgia and arrived in Washington just in time for the 1977 inauguration of the country's most famous peanut farmer, Jimmy Carter.
Well, Jimmy Carter will tell you that the peanut business is big business. And that thing is 40 feet long and 15 feet in diameter in some places.
Coming along with the large peanut are members of the Peanut Brigade. These are Georgians who thought so much of Jimmy Carter that they spent their own money and took time out from their work and went from Atlanta to places like New Hampshire and Ohio and Pennsylvania and knocked on doors. And in their own soft southern charm and drawl, they convinced a lot of people.
A lot of hours, days, and months of work. And I'm sure it's paying off in these last couple hours, being able to march in the parade with that giant peanut.
John Chancellor said it very well earlier when he said, if you like peanuts, this is going to be a great 4 years. Serious business, peanut farming. It is an important food item, of course, and now Billy Carter is in charge of the entire Carter peanut empire, the warehouse and the farm and so on.
When Jimmy Carter took over that farm, it was $40,000 in debt. Today it's worth $5.5 million.
This small village in Alaska, Talkeetna, has the band that has come from the greatest distance, and it's really quite remarkable, the story here. 60 youngsters representing about 1/5 of the village's entire population of 324. About half of the students in the school, or over half, are active musicians. They practice most of their Christmas vacation for today's parade. And speaking of busing, some of these young people ride more than 100 miles each day to attend school. Others walked several miles to get to school or just to meet the bus. And they're here, and, well, they should be. And those are the final units from Alaska and from the state of Georgia. A kind of symbolic coming together here as Amy Carter gets her cap in place and now prepares to go to a new home, one within sight of where she is standing, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. She has surveyed it already and found it to her liking, as well she should. The White House is a great toy for a youngster. Many rooms to explore, a large and cordial staff ready to help her with anything that she needs. The new President of the United States, just in front of the new Ambassador to the United Nations, Andrew Young. And Marilyn Berger is there in the reviewing stand. Marilyn?
Just point it at me, will you? This is Pettit at the reviewing. You read me? This is Pettit at the reviewing stand.
Was blowing through here. Dr. Schlesinger, who will be secretary of the new energy department when it's created and is a physicist, said that this thing was specially designed so that the wind would pull through it. The solar heating did not work. However, there was some heating up front where the president was. Sitting directly in front of me, I don't know if you can see it in the camera, is General Omar Bradley, who's going to be 84 years old on February 12th. He sat through the whole thing and saluted every time the American flag came by. Now the president is coming up this way. Perhaps we'll be able to get a word with him. Mr. President, could you tell us when you decided to walk up in Pennsylvania Avenue?
About 3 weeks ago, I did, Dick. Yes, sir. About 3 weeks ago.
And when did you tell the Secret Service?
They were the first ones that I told. I didn't tell anyone else. And then last night I told Jody Powell, and he told Chris Mondale last night. But the Secret Service and I decided about 3 weeks ago.
And what are your...
Parade, sir. How'd you like it? Beautiful parade. Everything was great today. Let's go now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tom, I'm trying to get back through here.
Marilyn, we're still with you.
Hello? The Vice President is coming up this way. Everybody, the name for the day seems to be great. Everyone is saying great. This morning when the Vice President walked in, as you might recall, when he walked into the White House, same word. It was a great day. Before, Mr. Brzezinski, who's head of the National Security Council, was here, and Cyrus Vance, as I said, the Secretary of State, and Harold Brown, the Secretary of Defense. And I said, is this a National Security Council meeting? And he said, it's either that or a meeting of the Trilateral Commission. That's the commission in which Jimmy Carter, many people say, got his education in foreign affairs. Now, here comes the Vice President. He's talking with General Bradley right now. Mr. Vice President.
Marilyn?
Fine. You ready? Getting to work right now?
Yes. Well, we're going to rest slightly because we've got, I think, 6 balls tonight, and ending up with the Minnesota one. So
I heard something about a trip to Europe.
Yes, Sunday. Oh, that's right. That's true. Sunday morning we start that 10-day trip to Europe and to Japan. Are you coming?
Thank you. And now we're going to Judy Woodruff on the lawn.
Thank you very much.
Now, President and Mrs. Carter are entering the White House grounds for the second time today, for the first time as President of the United States. They're walking with 9-year-old Amy. They were preceded by Mrs. Lillian Carter, the President's mother, and by Mrs. Allie Smith, his mother-in-law. President's smiling. I can't hear what he's saying right now.
Step down. Come on, watch the floors.
I did hear him say, as he looked up at the American flag, furled over the White House. We'll try to take good care of it.
This is Bob Jameson at the North Portico of the White House, and in comes the presidential party. The president is going to stop here and turn and wave to the crowd.
Mr. President, what are you
Mr. President?
going to do now that you're going inside?
Well, I'm going to take a look around. I never have seen it. And we're going to see where I'm going to be staying. And we'll have a meeting with some of the cabinet officers in a few minutes.
Are you actually going upstairs, taking a look at the living quarters?
Yes, for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Mr. President, what are your thoughts on this day?
Well, it's been just about a perfect day for me. It's a gratifying day, and one that has been very exhilarating, kind of a reminder of what our country is, and the trust that people have in me. And I have a strong determination not to disappoint them.
You said at the Capitol that you were a little shocked the first time someone said Mr. President to you.
Well, I was.
Why? You've been after this prize for 4 or 5 years.
No, but there's still a little surprise. In the prayer when he said President Carter, it surprised me.
What about a sense of satisfaction today, Mr. President?
Well, I'm very pleased. Obviously, it's been something that I thought about for a long time. And we enjoyed the walk. It was a good parade.
Why did you decide to walk? And did you tell the Secret Service to protest?
I told the Secret Service about 3 weeks ago that I was going to walk all the way.
And did they protest?
No, they said if we kept it quiet, they thought it would be all right. But if it got a lot of publicity...
You're going to have to come in.
And the Carters...
Carter is now met by daughter Amy, followed by Secret Service agents, into the White House for the first time as president. We're not sure exactly where he's going to go first, but high on the list, very high on the list, I'm sure, will be a visit to the Oval Office. And now to Tom and Jane.
Thank you. That was Bob Jameson on the North Portico of the White House as Jimmy Carter entered the White House for the first time as President of the United States. We'll be back with more coverage of this 1977 inaugural day after this. The inaugural parade has now ended, and of course there will be a break. Jimmy Carter and Mrs. Carter and daughter Amy are in the White House. The inaugural balls will begin this evening, and people have come for this day from all over the country, watching first the comings and goings at the White House, and then the swearing-in ceremonies at Capitol Hill, and then the inaugural parade. And new friendships were made as well on this day. Tom Pettit was among those who made a new friend. Thomas?
Thank you, Tom. My new friend is 12 years old. John McConnell and I have been watching the parade after watching the swearing-in ceremony up at the Capitol. It's been a big day for you, John. You're from Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, Bayfield, Wisconsin.
And what are your impressions now of the parade? You got here just as the president did, didn't you?
Yeah, I was really impressed. And the president waved at me, so I got a picture of him while he was waving to my camera. It was just thrilling, and I got yesterday I had my picture taken with Secretary Coleman of the Transportation Department, and tomorrow we're planning on going and seeing Goldwater, Senator Goldwater, Humphrey, and Senator Kennedy.
You're covering all the bases, aren't you?
Yeah, we're going to try to see him.
Well, now, what did you make of the parade as it was observed by the new president and new vice president? Was it just another parade, or was it a fairly...
Oh, I liked the parade. It was really nice, the bands, and they showed a lot of respect for the president. And I love standing across the street from the White House and the president, and seeing the president for a few times. It's really thrilling, and I can't say that I've ever seen a president before this one.
Okay, now back to Tom Brokaw.
Now back to Tom Brokaw.
John takes cues better than most of us. Earlier today, we should point out on NBC, he announced that he will be someday President of the United States, and it wouldn't surprise me at all. Back after this. Well, Jane, this day is only about half over because the inaugural balls will begin this evening from about 9 o'clock until the wee hours of the morning. NBC News will cover those as well, beginning at 11:30 Eastern Time tonight. Jimmy Carter and Vice President Mondale will be visiting many of those inaugural balls. There are 6 large parties going on in the nation's capital, and they intend to stop by all of them. We'll have coverage, as I say, beginning at 11:30 tonight. For Jane Pauley, this is Tom Brokaw. Have a nice inaugural day.
NBC News has presented coverage of the inauguration of President Jimmy Carter. Brought to you by Cascade, the detergent that fights drops that spot. For virtually spotless dishes, nothing can beat Cascade. And by Dodge and your local Dodge dealer, who invite you to buy or lease the car that's priced just right for today, Dodge Monaco.